So jumping right in, this is going to be The Revenge of the Goblin Mine, which is going to be a level 3 and 4 one-shot. I'm Adrian, I'll be your DM for today, and we will do a quick character introduction and just kind of jump right in. So this is sort of a sequel game to a one-shot I ran last week, where characters went into kind of an old tomb or not a dragon, an old dwarven king's like crypt slash burial ground, and there happened to be quite a lot of treasure that the party basically left because there was a dragon and there was a kind of a cave-in collapse and stuff, and they wound up getting stuck in this goblin mine and was able to escape. But your characters, which we'll get to in just a moment, find themselves here in the Dungeon Delvers Guild, which is again it's the largest area for dungeoneers, adventurers, treasure hunters, mercenaries, and all kinds of heroic characters and unheroic characters to gather and become like parties together to go adventuring. So all of you are new here to the Dungeon Delvers Guild, or new-ish, and you've heard about this most recent adventure and how there was so much gold that was left behind, and it seems to be ripe for the taking. So with that, we will go ahead and do a quick character introduction. If you want to say what your name, class, level, race, all that stuff is. We'll start in Roll20 from left to right with Kraken.
I'm Kraken, former sailor of the high seas. Is how he introduced himself. And actually, I would be pirate, not but he would actually say that to most people. He lost his ship and his crew, and found himself on land. So he bought himself a horse, and has been seeking treasure on land for the past couple of years. Still would like to find his way back to the high seas eventually, but he's hasn't had the opportunity to return to the pirate lifestyle yet.
Mm-hmm. Perfect. So that leads us over to Zeed and Sparky.
Well, Zeed is just a Aarakocra monk who wants to be the best brewer in the world with his trusty partner Sparky.
This is gonna get really good very quickly. That leads us over to Catgut.
Catgut is a tall, heavily armed bugbear who tells everyone that his class is bugbear, and although he's not very convincing in this argument, the fact that he's armed to the teeth puts up a convincing argument.
That's fantastic. Now, this game I think is going to be pretty fun. I'm hoping. So if we do have a fourth player, which I don't know if he's going to be able to make it, but if Michael arrives, we'll go ahead and throw his character into the mix. But in the meantime, your character's set off, and so there is going to be kind of a lot of skill challenges for this game. So I hope you're all prepared to roll some dice. For this game, if you want to roll physical dice, you may, and then just type in kind of the totals in the chat. Or if you want to roll with Roll20 or D&D Beyond or however you do it, totally fine with me. I don't have a preference. Roll20 is probably the fastest and easiest, so that's what I will be using. But shifting over, once again, your characters hear about this treasure just kind of ripe for the taking up in the mountains. And so your characters kind of group together. It's probably the first time you've all met each other, but through convenience of you all being in the same area, and again, nature of the guild is you form parties and you go out. So introductions are exchanged. You can get whatever rations and supplies you need for the journey. And then I'm going to shift you over to the map, and I would like to know how you plan to get up to the mine. So here on the map, Virton City, this is where the Dungeon Delvers Guild is, and you're going to be heading all the way up into the mountains to the old city of Cae Borjan, and that's an old dwarven kind of ruin underneath the mountain, and below there is the Borjan mine, which is fairly occupied by goblins, you would know, especially Catgut. You would probably know this pretty well, that there's goblins up there. That's no secret. So in terms of gameplay, there's going to be a skill challenge, which is getting you to the Goblin Mine. So there's 3 steps that you need to accomplish, and each of them will require different skill rolls to do, which you will be able to choose. So step 1 is getting there. That's the journey. So everybody can look at your character sheets and choose a skill that you would like to use and describe to me what that skill, like what is representing your participation in getting to the Goblin Mine safety. There's the roads, or you could go off the map and just kind of go venture through the wilderness and the forests and the hills and get there. But you can choose any skill that you want and narratively describe kind of what you're trying to do. Or if you just want to roll and I can narratively describe it, we could do that as well. But does anybody have a skill they would like to roll for just getting to the mine?
Kraken has a horse, so that should make things relatively easier getting there. But if the others need, I mean, if we were going up mountains and things like that, or hills, and if the others need help, athletics could help either pull himself or others up steep inclines. Rough terrain, stuff like that.
Okay. So what skill would you like to roll to represent that?
Oh, athletics. Sorry, I thought I said that in there.
Sorry, I missed that part. Yeah, if you want to roll athletics, and because you do have the horse, you can roll with advantage.
I don't think I need to.
You definitely don't. So Kraken, you are ex-pirate, but you've become accustomed to land as well, and leading kind of the way. That's going to be an athletics of a natural 20. So that is can account for 2 successes towards your total that you need to do. So I'll need another person to roll a skill challenge, and it cannot be athletics since that has already been used.
I guess. Do you mind if I go?
No, go ahead. I got a lot of skills, so.
Would acrobatics work?
Okay, tell to me how you're going to acrobatically participate in this journey.
I will use acrobatics to make my way through areas that would not be normally accessible to anyone else, or to fly through areas that would not be normally accessible.
Okay, sure. Yeah, go ahead and roll. Okay, and then with a 24, that's going to succeed, and that is the 3 passes that you need, 3 successes to get kind of up to the area. So between Kraken kind of leading the way with his war horse, I imagine, just kind of you're pretty much taking the road.
Horses are pretty inexpensive. It's a regular horse, but it's
Okay.
got saddle, but still would freak out in combat.
Okay. Yeah. So you're able to follow the roads. You probably go up, kind of following the river, stop off in Forktown, and from there, Zed you just kind of go scouting, kind of flying above the tree lines, and you kind of find an older forest trail which leads up through the hills, and all together you arrive up to the foothills of the mountains. Which you see the Middle Finger Mountain, which is also kind of supposed to be a goblin hive. But that's off to your east, and you kind of move in. Now that's the first success for this journey. The next step is, now that you're in the foothills of the mountains, kind of the weather gets kind of brisk, the air temperatures are colder, snowflakes begin to fall, the ground feels crunchy beneath your feet as you kind of move up into the mountains, and then you will need to find the entrance to either the mine itself or to the old city of Cape Orshan. Now, for any of you who are familiar with dwarves, dwarven doors can be invisible when they're trying to be concealed, blending and meshed into the rock. So the next challenge is going to find the entrance. And once again, there will be a certain amount of skill passes that you need to accomplish to get there. And I will need, again, starting fresh, another volunteer. I would like it to continuously be new skills, so athletics and acrobatics have been used. So who would like to go first? Or do you want to just shift over to Catgut, as he has not yet rolled?
Okay. Huh? Let's see here. So, Catgut is, I guess he'll roll a stealth check, because these doors are not only well hidden, but they're usually well guarded by various manner of construct or magical means.
Okay. So with a 16, that is very successful for this kind of mission as you're kind of going through. I imagine that you're kind of scouting ahead with your big, lanky, almost gorilla-like arms, kind of moving from rock to rock, tree to tree. You do, in fact, find a couple goblin guards that are, they've made kind of a campfire, and you see the trickling smoke up in the distance. You kind of sneak up on them, and you can see that there's two guards kind of guarding what looks to be just kind of a rock wall. What would you like to do?
Move around them.
Okay. So with this, yeah. So you've successfully been able to move past them with the skill, and you know there are some goblin guards here that you've now bypassed, and that does count as a success. Who would like to go next?
We're continuing down the line. I guess perception is he's decent at.
Okay. Oh my gosh, Kraken!
I would not believe that if it wasn't just on the screen.
2 natural 20s. Kraken is on a roll. Now,
I'm glad I'm not actually rolling physical dice that's visible for everyone.
so Kraken, Catgut kind of leads the way around this kind of first sentry post, and all of a sudden you just realize that you're in goblin territory, and you start to just keep a keen eye out. You spy multiple sentry posts with these pairs of goblins, some further up the mountain, some further down the mountain, some on the trail up ahead, and kind of between the two of you. Again, a natural 20 counts as 2 successes, so you meet the 3 passes with no failures, and you're able to get to the entrance, which kind of Catgut will say with your stealth, you're able to kind of get away with your kind of... Actually, Catgut, why don't I have you roll a history check? This is separate.
Oh no. Oh, thank God. Oh, thank you.
Yeah. I almost think maybe you've been up here before in these mountains, and I don't know exactly kind of the lore or your history, but being I forget the name almost. No, you're a bugbear.
Goblinoid.
Yeah, you're a goblinoid, so you probably have been here or at least seen maps of it, and you kind of know where one of the entrances to the map to the Dwarven Keep is. So you get there, and kind of now you're at the entrance, but it is sealed, and none of you are Dwarven or kind of know how to open it. So you've located the entrance. Now I need you guys to get it open somehow.
Can I attempt to lockpick it?
You may. Yeah, that would be a sleight of hand. Or if you have, your character sheet is set up with lockpicks.
I have proficiency in each.
Yeah.
I'm glad you got lockpicks for Kraken's pretty boot strength.
Yep, go for it. If you've... Excellent. So that is going to count as 1 success. You are able to kind of click, and then the door becomes visible. The keyhole that you've managed to unlock basically dispelled any kind of magic concealing the entrance, and now there's a very visible door. Think of it like the Mines of Moria. There's kind of like the glowing archway entrance with kind of this, not elvish, it's dwarvish script, so it's all very kind of lines and runes and stuff outlining the entrance. But now the entrance is visible, but yet still closed, and you're 1 out of 3 successes from getting in.
Just had a request. Seeing the shining door, can Sparky attempt to help?
Yes. What can Sparky do?
Can you attempt to pick at the lock to help open it? Like,
Okay. Okay, I will let you re-roll another Thieves' Tools, and then with Sparky kind of lending you the advantage, you can go ahead and roll a second time. And again, that would be with advantage because of Sparky's help action. So. Okay, so this, even though you now kind of figured out there's a section here where the lock is, your picks actually don't get inside. It's almost like the key is too big, and so even though your picks fit inside, they're not able to catch anything, and Sparky kind of coming over and chicken pecking at it doesn't seem to have any effect. And that's going to shift over to Catgut, as that is 1 failure.
Right. Catgut he's not particularly familiar with dwarves, but if some goblins were able to get this open, I'd like to roll an insight check to see if he'd know what words they might have used to open the door.
Fantastic. Go for it.
Oh, this is
Uh-oh.
going to guy.
That's another failure. As you kind of touch the dwarven runes and you kind of like are trying to examine them, there doesn't seem to be too many markings from goblins, but yeah, it's unfortunately nothing that you can kind of make out to get the door open. There's the big keyhole which is now visible, but there doesn't seem to be any keys or markings or etchings, anything that can assist. That's going to go to Kraken with 1 out of 3 successes.
Well, maybe maybe you just have to pull it open. Can I use athletics again, or has it been long enough, or do I need to just use straight strength?
No, if you're going to use an athletics skill check, I'll go ahead and allow that since it's kind of the third skill check, so we can refresh it. So yeah, if you want to give it a shot, that's kind of very in character for Kraken.
Unfortunately, this is a stone door. This brute force is not going to work.
So here's the thing, with a skill challenge, you failed the skill challenge, but that doesn't mean failure in the activity. So with a natural one, it counts as 2 failures. You push the door open, but you kind of push the not hobgoblin, the bugbear. You kind of wave him out of the way so he stops looking at the runes. You're like, just give me a shot. The chicken squawks a little bit, and Kraken, you put all of your effort into the door, and there is a crunch noise as the rock gives, and then bursts open. The tunnel is now open, but in doing so, the entire ceiling begins to fall on you. Everybody, please make dexterity saving throws.
Catgut's a very agile barbarian.
Bugbear.
Bugbear, which is why he's going to do this with advantage.
Ooh, like a catgut.
Sorry, guys. 2 natural 20s in a row, I guess, had to have some kind of consequences.
Well, you donated it to Catgut. He got his natural 20. And then Ozzy already did roll, so that's a pass. Unfortunately, Kraken, you take 16 points of damage as the rocks begin to fall down on the entrance. Zeed, you take... Or do you have evasion yet, or no?
I'm a monk.
Oh, okay, that's right. I was thinking rogue because you had thieves' tools. So yeah, so you take half damage, which is 8, and then Catgut with the natural 20 will say you are able to kind of step aside as this kind of rubble clears. There's a moment of just dust kind of fills the air, and then you just see Kraken emerge from this rubble, sputtering. And
Well, it's open.
that is
I see
indeed
that.
true. So, with the entrance now before you, you may descend.
I look around and make sure make sure no one unfriendly heard that.
Okay, make a perception check. I'm gonna make the tokens bigger because this is kind of more of a theater of the mind page. It doesn't seem anybody heard it. In fact, you can still hear it kind of echoing across the mountain a little bit as the rock tumbles, reverberates through the hills. But you don't think anyone heard it.
Is there a place that I can tie the horse up out of sight?
Yes. If you look inside the mine, there's kind of there's no tracks at first. It's kind of just more like stepways, but down about maybe a flight or two, so 20 or 30 feet below the surface as you descend down these stairs, you get to a platform, which is almost like a little train station, and you do see the mine cart rails, and there's, again, this kind of 50-foot platform that's kind of like flattened rock, and there's different posts and kind of old mining supplies, kind of rotted wood and rusted metal heads for these pickaxes, and there's a place you could tie them down there, or if you wanted to try to put them outside, you could try that too.
Goblin might spot him. So I'd rather do it inside the mine.
Okay.
We need something to carry all this treasure back.
Okay. So yeah, if you want to move down into the mine, it sounds like, and tie up the horse. I'm just gonna put in Sparky's health too, really quick. Okay. So on the mine platform, you find that there are two serviceable mine carts. There's the tracks going both east and west, and the tunnels in both directions. Are in that at the station. There is kind of a glowing lantern with kind of a luminous fungi, which is kind of harvested and kind of put together in this lamp. But further down into the mine shafts, you can see that those seem to have been faded a little bit. The one going to the west is actually completely dark. Those with dark vision can see out about 60 feet. That's kind of a zigzagging mine track, and it kind of goes out of sight. The one to the north is dimly lit, and you can, or sorry, to the east is dimly lit, and that also seems to kind of zigzag. Neither of them specifically going up or down.
Well, time to go down, I suppose. Not like goblins would mine low up higher.
From the stories I heard back in the guild hall, it sounds like, if assuming this is right, they were being trapped, so they would have been coming. Sounds like they would have been coming up to an entrance.
So do you want to move down the tracks kind of actually if because you all have heard those stories, you can all roll a history check again just to try to gather what like directions and stuff you'd generally be wanting to go, because right now you have the choice of east or west. Okay. So yeah, so both between Zed and Kraken kind of mentioning this history or the stories and then just kind of piecing it together, you would know that east is going to take you closer to the Middle Finger Mountain. That's not really the direction you want to go. You'd want to be going west, back towards the old Dwarf Kingdom city.
All right. Take one look down the east tunnel and make sure nothing is there, and then kind of going over to the west minecart.
Okay. Now, do you have any dark vision, Kraken, or do you have any lights out at this point?
No drop vision. I imagine. Let's see. I didn't completely fill everything on his list, but I left explorer's pack set with the whole explorer's pack. I think there's torches in that.
Yeah, there would be. Now, I don't know what this track is, but it says Lost Mine, and so we'll put it on. See if it sounds kind of good. Okay, so yeah, so if you light a torch, yeah, it kind of illuminates the cavern. You can see kind of this hewn rock, these support beams and pillars kind of holding up ceilings in certain areas, and this pretty well crafted rail system actually. It's smooth metal, perfectly aligned, completely even. This looks to be probably more like dwarven work for the tracks themselves. The beams look like they had been added after the fact, and they do not look to be up to the standard of what you'd expect dwarves to be. They're kind of mismatched and kind of put all over in different places. It's probably the goblins.
It's unusual. There's a dwarven door, but goblin tunnel crafting.
So do you want to proceed down the west shaft on foot, or do you want to try to take one of the carts? Again, there's multiple carts on the station, but not all of them are hooked into like actually the rails. There seems to be two that are actually on the rails, and imagine it's like a Y junction, so they can go either direction, and then they're just backed up into the parking space in the station. But they don't look to be the same type of cart. There's a couple variants. There's some other carts that don't have wheels or tracks rather or whatever, that are kind of dismantled and kind of harvested for their parts. And there's again lots of rotted woods and timbers and stuff around, buckets and chains. But there are two mine carts in two parking spaces. Both of them can go either direction because of the way they're parked. If this was the railway, that's kind of the way they are, with the mine carts being here and here.
I say we'd still have to get all this treasure up to the surface. Taking a mine cart would be a lot easier to do that.
Wouldn't it also be louder? You can always come back for the carts.
Unless we're being safe. But I suppose things go well, we can always come back to get these to load everything up.
Is there any indication that these carts have been booby trapped?
Would you like to check?
Yes.
Okay, go for it. Go ahead and roll an investigation check.
Tabanak. Yay!
Nice.
So, what you find as Catgut goes, again, I always imagine bugbears have really kind of long gorilla-like arms. Would you say that's accurate?
Sure.
Because you have the reach, right? So that's kind of
Yeah.
where that comes from. But you're able to kind of peer down underneath the cart. You check the wheels seem to be kind of locked into the treads. Okay. The tops of them. One of them is like a bucket, like an actual mine cart that you can climb into. However, on the inside, there's two benches. And then on each section, so it can hold 4 people, each bench has pedals on the ground. And then in the front, there's kind of a joint bar, which is on kind of a post. And it looks like you can shift it like forwards to back in order to turn the wheels left to right. So if there is the junctions, the two people in the front, one can pull back and one can push forwards, and that'll change the junction to the right or left. And then all 4 people can pedal from the ground, which seems to be what makes it go. And in the back, there seems to be a shared lever between the back 2 seats, which acts as a brake. So that's the one that is on this side. You do not find any traps on that cart. However, right in front of it, on both of the tracks, you find some sort of tarry, not box, but almost like a clay that's kind of glued to the tracks via this kind of black tar. You can find that those are 2 separate explosives created by goblins, and you can collect 2 tar bombs if you wish to defuse and reclaim them. You would have to make another check to defuse them to collect them, but you would be able to harvest 2 tar bombs from that one.
What check?
So that would be a sleight of hand, or if anyone has, I don't think there's actually disarm traps as a skill here, so it would be, sleight of hand. Unless if you have proficiency in thieves' tools, I'd say that would work too, because it's kind
I'll
of.
take the sleight of hand.
Okay. Yep. So you're able to. So I presume you have a knife. You kind of expertly kind of make an incision just along the top of the track, cutting through this tarry substance, and then you're able to fold it over carefully and cut the other side. And you can harvest 2 tar bombs, which do 2d6 fire damage upon impact.
Okay.
Okay. That minecart is now accessible if you wanted to use the pedal cart. On the other side, with the natural 20 -1, you find that this one doesn't have any like traps on the actual like track itself. There does seem to be a tripwire hooked into the back of the cart, stretching all the way back to the rear of the station, kind of pulled into the wall. It's just this very thin tripwire. Now the cart itself, again, it's 4 wheels. There's no borders on this one. It's not an actual cart. It's more like a slab. And then on the slab, you have there's the I'm sure you've all seen the mine carts where it's like a 2-person lever system where one person pushes down and then the other pushes down like a teeter-totter, and that is what kind of makes it go. And then in the back again, there is a space for someone to use the brake, and there's a big lever brake.
So we know so you found the goblin trap in here.
Yes, and actually, I should probably explain because you rolled the natural 20. If you push this minecart forwards, the tripwire will pull some sort of trigger on the wall, and you can assume that would create some sort of ceiling collapse again, similar to what you experienced at the entrance. Disarming it would require either detaching it from the cart itself or from the wall, or climbing up to the ceiling to try to find where the trigger mechanism for the cave-in. But you could make an attempt to disarm if you wish.
Say leave it. If we do have to get out of here quickly, what if we trigger the trap on the way out and have it collapse on our pursuers?
Well, that's assuming that's what the trap does. It might just call more of them to flank us later. Like, it might open up a passageway with more goblins. Is there a way for us to know what the trap triggers or does?
Yeah, so it will cause a ceiling collapse. So rocks and beams and dirt is all going to collapse down on top of the minecart area.
Alright, sounds good. Let's save this for later.
Okay, so does that mean you're opting to take the right hand minecart, the pedal cart?
Well, we either take that one now, or we stealthily go in and come back for that one later. I'd be up for taking the cart. Who knows what if we'll get a second chance to go back down with it to get this dragon treasure.
Do you guys want to have a short rest or something? Just because we did get hurt coming in.
I'm fine from the cave in. Little worse for the wear, a few cuts and bruises, but I'll be alright.
Okay.
Came here for treasure, let's get it.
Oops. So does that sound like you're opting to just move on ahead, or do you want to take a short rest?
I don't want to move on in. The question is whether we're taking what the others feel about taking the cart or not.
Up to you. I put a cart here if you want it.
It really feels like we should probably disable the trap because, I mean, there's no guarantee. There's no guarantee we're going to be able to trigger it on them because they know the trap exists.
It's more likely that they'll trip it on us. I feel like Catgut's going to try and disarm it.
Okay, how do you wish to try? There's kind of 3 points that you can kind of guess on how to disable it. There's the immediate point, which is tied to the cart itself, and then there's a point attached into the wall, and whatever it's connected to from there, you can see that there's kind of fissures in the ceiling that look to be like prepped for a cave-in, so you could try to see if there's anything up there as well.
Catgut's going to try and disable it from the cart.
Okay.
Doesn't want to take the chance with the ceiling and the wall. He's also worried that that might trigger the trap itself.
Okay. So if you would like to do it, upon further investigation, you can see it's kind of almost like welded onto the cart itself, and then the wire is kind of made of it's not flimsy. It's almost like a very thin steel wire. So in order to get it off, you'd have to either try to break the weld or use a weapon that's strong enough to kind of cut through it. There's no way to untie it specifically. So you'd have to use either a weapon or try to break off the weld point.
He'll try to break off the weld point. What do you want for that?
Okay. Do you have any hammers or anything like that? If you have a dungeoneers pack, that would come with it, I presume.
Yep. So I've got a crowbar and a hammer.
Okay, crowbar, that'll work. So you can go ahead and roll a athletics check, or if you want to try to be more careful, let me see what other skill options you have.
Well, the crowbar gives me advantage on athletics checks.
Yeah.
Take the crowbar.
Yeah, go for it. Okay. So the being careful comes in at the front, and you kind of position it perfectly. Kind of there's a little wedge in between the tip of the crowbar you put on the corner piece of the weld, and then with just that in place, you just lean down on it and it pops off. Nothing happens. The cart is now free. Bless you.
That will chalk this up to the skill and luck of the bugbear, and take the cart out.
Okay. So are you wanting to take the one with the push lever?
Yeah, he'll take.
So again, if this is the cart, it's got like this push lever on either side versus this one's an actual bucket cart. And then there's pedals inside, 2 benches. If you want to take both of them, you could. If you want to just take one, or if you want to walk, it's completely up to your characters.
The bucket cart can be pulled, right?
If you want to try to hitch them together.
All right. Well, I mean, because I have, because I'm a bugbear, I have the powerful build, so I'm pretty sure I could pull one cart by myself.
Yeah, are you wanting to do it from foot, or are you trying to like link them together and tow it?
I guess we could do both. You guys on the pedals while on the lever while I push in the back. Guys?
We want to put the what cart would be easier to maneuver if we only had one.
So they're functionally, you'll need to have someone to drive it, someone to steer it, and somebody to be on kind of lookout ahead to call it. So those are kind of the 3 positions that you would utilize. So in terms of game mechanics, that's going to be an athletics check, a perception check, and then for the braking, I tend to want that to be like a reflex type thing, so like a dexterity saving throw. However, that I'm open to like negotiation if you want your character to do something else. But you need someone to navigate, to look ahead if there's a left or right, kind of which direction you want to go. The person to actually be making the cart go is going to be via strength or athletics, and then the person who, once the lookout shouts left or right or stop or whatever, the person on the back with the brake or the like being able to turn it would need to roll some sort of check to accomplish that as well. So those are the 3 positions, and they're all kind of equivalent on each cart. The differences are kind of mostly cosmetic.
Okay, that really didn't answer the question, but I was thinking if the goblins are trapping the tracks, we could send B in one cart and push another cart ahead of us, and if needed to, we could then like send that down send it down and trigger any traps along the way.
I suspect that's what the perception check is for. So, I'll.
So let's hook them together, and then Catgut will do the perception check. Um,
Well, I will gotta go to athletics. So someone sounds like someone's got some thieves, tools, and rogues abilities. Would that help in reaction?
yeah.
The reaction, unless again someone's arguing a different skill, would be dexterity saving throw.
And rogues are pretty dexterous typically.
I'm not a rogue.
Yeah, but you're a monk, so Dex is probably one of your main stats.
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay. So are you? So just to kind of confirm things, are you all going to be in one cart, or are you splitting up? Are you gonna?
We can because one of them's a crank cart and one of them's a bucket cart. So we'll attach the bucket to the crank and then do our like navigation, pumping, and reflexes.
So are you wanting to pedal from number 2 and push number 1, or are you wanting to like use the lever one from number 1 and tow number 2?
I imagine you get better upper body strength than foot strength.
So I'd say probably the lever one would be in front.
Okay, and that's the one that you're manning, and then you're towing the other one behind.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So,
Or actually, is there only one set of tracks?
There's tracks going east and west.
Okay, so there's. Well, I mean like.
Oh yeah. There's only one set, so you can't have 2 abreast. It's one.
All right. So since we're not in a rush, we could probably push the cart with the bucket. Though.
So you all want to staff number 2 and then just push number 1 ahead.
Yeah, and if absolutely necessary, if we see a trap or we're worried, we can just shove the one in front of us down the tracks, and it will trigger anything. It's kind of like sending a marble or something down a trapped hallway.
I mean, it's also good because what it does is when we need to retreat, if we need to retreat in a hurry, it means the cart that's got all the gold in it is going to be in the back, so we should be able to move a lot faster on our way up.
Okay. So as you kind of set these up again, now that the traps are disarmed, the sticky bomb on the number 2 cart, you kind of just push that over the rails that are now cleared, get it in position. For cart number 1, the anchor tripwire thing is off, and you're able to push that in. So you get everything ready to go, and if you wish to proceed down the hallway.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So Catgut's gonna do the perception check, you said?
Okay, so if you're kind of on lookout now, if you're in number 2, everybody's technically pedaling, but still for assigning skill rolls. If you want to do the perception, and then for Kraken, if you want to roll the athletics, and then Zed will roll the dexterity saving throws as needed. So first we'll do the athletics actually, because you have to get going. Because you're pushing, you would have been at disadvantage, but Kraken once again shows his natural 20 muscles, and his legs are just kind of pounding on these pedals, carrying the team, and you begin to launch your way down the corridors. As you begin to move, Catgut, if you can roll perception, please. And I believe you have dark vision too, so that's going to be very helpful for your position. Okay, so you are proceeding down. It's a straightaway. Minutes kind of go by. Nothing really seems to change until probably after about maybe 5 minutes even. The tracks begin to slope downward. Zed, you can feel from the back that the minecart is picking up speed as gravity does its work. Would you like to try to ease on the brakes a little bit to kind of keep it going at a safe speed?
Sure.
Okay, then go ahead, and for that, you can roll your dexterity saving throw. Okay, so you put on the brakes a little bit, and you can see almost like sparks shooting from behind you from the wheels. This causes you maybe to kind of ease up on them, like, maybe they aren't working right, and the mine cart begins to proceed down the mine shaft at a quicker pace than perhaps anticipated. That's going to shift back over to Catgut to make another perception check.
Alrighty.
Okay. You see up ahead a fork in the road. There's a left path and a right path. With a 19 and dark vision, you can see that the left path, even though it goes downwards, is actually a broken piece of track that just goes off into the black, dark pit, essentially. It just kind of curves off out of vision, but the tracks are kind of wired separate directions, and there's just kind of a dead drop. The right path, however, is a sharp upwards direction. What do you do?
Can I tell if we are set to be on the left path or the right path? Or...
It is set to be on the left path.
Alright, so I am going to try to because we're moving quite quickly, I assume, right?
Yes, you are moving quickly. Zeed's in the back,
Okay.
kind of with the brake.
So I'm gonna shout to Z to stop the carts and try to hop out and get to the lever to switch
Okay.
to tracks.
Well, the mine carts can control the track, so if you want to shift from left to right, you can do that.
Oh,
but it's over
okay.
it's over by where the brakes are at, so that would be kind of Zeed's reaction to be able to shift the tracks over, or use the
Alright,
brakes.
so-
Either way would
so-
work.
Okay, so in that case, I'll just say turn right, shift to the right.
Okay, so that's going to pass back over to Zeed.
Dex.
Yes. Okay, so you click the lever back from, or it's not a wheel. It's like a bar that you can shift like forwards or back to be able to turn the tracks, and it clicks just in time, and you feel the minecarts swerve. Roll percentile dice for me, actually, because you're pushing the cart ahead and nobody is steering that one, actually. Low is bad, high is good, 50-50.
Me roll it?
No.
Catgut got it. So unfortunately, the minecart in the front, nobody was in there to be able to turn it, and that one peels over the edge off the direction that you wanted it to be, and you see it just kind of go crashing down. Now, there's the rope that's still connecting you. Let's see who
I
would
got a sword, I can cut it.
You can go ahead and make an attack. Uh-oh. So here's what happens. So your cart is because Zeed shifted it over. The carts basically separate, but the rope tears at your cart and it gets dislodged from the tracks. I need everybody to roll dexterity saving throws.
Alright. This couch has an effect I can see.
What was it?
It doesn't matter.
Okay. So everybody takes 10 points of falling damage as you kind of get thrown from the cart. Kraken, you go head over heels and hit upside down your back against the wall and then clatter back down to the ground. Sparky goes flying as well. Sparky takes 10 points of damage as a and he kind of hits one of the light fixtures, which cracks the glass, and these kind of phosphorus mushrooms all spill all down into the tracks. Zeed, light as a feather being an Aarakocra, you kind of fly up, but then you hit hard against one of the beams and fall to the ground. And Catgut, you go sprawling forwards, kind of tumbling underneath the minecart as it kind of flips over you and lands upright, but off the tracks. And then you are all now out of the cart and stationary after the damage.
Okay. Kraken is supposed to be feel deadly sea monster, not my back.
Is the rope still attached?
The rope would have been yanked free. If you want to roll a percentile dice in thirds, low being it's gone, 2 being it's kind of cut in half, and then 3 being it's still tied to yours, so you have the full rope. Wow.
Azza.
Fantastic. So the
What?
yank completely undid the knot, and it's still here. You still have your 50 foot of rope.
I was kind of hoping I could pull the other cart back up, but
Oh, I don't think any of us is that.
Yeah, no, there's the big clatter boom of the other mine cart going down the cavern, and eventually you hear kind of a crash.
All right.
we still got the rope.
Could I recommend a
Oh.
short rest now?
I guess we can do it for that.
Okay, so you guys want to kind of hunker down and get a short rest?
Yeah, we'll get the minecart back on track. Let's get the minecart back on the track and then rest.
Okay. Is Kraken the only one working on that, or is anyone else going to help?
Catgut will help.
Okay, so that will cancel out the disadvantage. Kraken, you can try to... I presume Kraken wants to lead with your kind of strength. You can roll an athletics check straight to try to reset it.
14.
Okay, so that's enough. So you're able, between the both of you, are able to kind of readjust it and kind of push it forwards, kind of recenter it down onto the tracks. And that does not take your short rest time. So you may all begin your short rest. And I will need to have percentile dice once again rolled. Okay.
Yay.
Just. You had a 20% chance of having a short rest because of the loud noise that you caused. But an 84 is a pass, and an hour passes in silence. Sparky, I would imagine, would probably be like pecking at the phosphorus mushrooms. What would he do? Would he eat mushrooms or no?
He would more than likely just peck at them, and if he likes them, he'll keep as many as he can with them, or bathe in them.
Yep, definitely by pecking the mushrooms, Sparky's beak begins to just kind of get coated with this phosphorus mushroom. And then now he's got a glowing beak. And then we'll do a quick pause since you're on the short rest now. Welcome, Michael, to the game.
I hope I am not too late.
No, you've managed to avoid 2 rock falls things. Do you have your token or your character imported in or anything that I need to do for you?
I just need to import the character in real quick. I meant to send you the token last night.
No rush, or no worries. We'll get it squared away. Basically, what's happening is the 3 characters that are here have all gone into the mine to basically treasure seek this king's ransom hoard of gold that was left behind by other adventurers. So they've gone into the mine to try to find this treasure, and they've been kind of braving the different traps and goblin issues so far. I'm gonna have your character just kind of already be in the mine, essentially, as kind of the same thing, treasure seeker, and you'll meet up here in a second.
I said minecart.
Yeah. I thought I had an alarm set. It did not go off.
Oh, no worries. I had that happen too. So for the short rest, did everyone roll their hit dice appropriately? If so, if not, you may.
What should I roll for Sparky?
For Sparky, gosh, what is a chicken's hit die? 1 second. So a chicken apparently has 1d4 minus 1, so he gets to roll a d4. So he gets 2 hit points. Does minuses affect him, actually? If you have negative con and you roll a constant...
Yeah, it does.
It does?
It does. That's why you try not to have negative con.
So yeah, he gets 2 hit points.
I'm going to give Sparky a health potion.
Okay. I love it. Gotta take care of those chickens.
Or could he short rest again? Or probably not.
If you want to take the time to roll, to wait another hour.
Nah, he'll just health potion. That's a 2d4, right?
Can you send
2d4.
me the game link real quick?
Yeah, sure. 2d4 plus 2. And then I'll get you the link 1 second.
So 8 health.
Okay, I'm using 2 of my.
It's current game, I'll post it. There you go.
Thank you.
Okay, so that looks like it brought Sparky back up to full. So having reset the minecart, kind of looking ahead, you've got this kind of dead-end pit, and then straight ahead is this hill. If you want to go ahead and get back into the cart, it'd be up to Kraken to roll athletics to kind of get it up the hill as you begin to pedal ferociously.
Alright. Hopefully no more pitfalls. Nothing's gonna keep me from my treasure.
Holy
my
smokes! Wasn't that the 4th natural 20 on athletics for you?
Natural 20, and then
Okay, Kraken is going to get inspired by his own freaking ability. You may have inspiration, and then you begin to.
I even reload, hit the refresh button on roll 20, thinking if maybe something was wrong with it. But
Well, I mean, the dice giveth and the dice taketh away. We'll see what happens shortly.
I got a critical failure right after.
So, yeah, Kraken, you just put your leg muscles in. They're like bulging, like if you're doing like leg day, just like super muscles kind of from you as you're pedaling up, and you kind of cross over the hill. Immediately after that, you kind of crest the hill. There's an immediate drop, like a roller coaster. It's starting to go straight down. Zed, if you're in the same position, do you do anything about that?
Brakes.
Okay, yeah, if you want to roll the brakes, go ahead and roll your dex save. Okay, this time the sparks don't bother you, or you just are willing to risk it. Just kind of the tracks behind you glow an immediate, like, kind of yellow from being sheathed in this shower of sparks, and you are able to slow the descent enough to almost the point where the minecart almost feels like it's going to lean forwards, but it doesn't, and you continue down the path until you kind of coast down to a normal kind of speed, and with that you come to a flat ground. And I would actually like Michael, if you have a chance.
All right.
Are you in the game yet or no?
I'm in the game.
Okay.
Just gotta get him.
Yeah, let me put your token in.
All right. There we go.
Is your character named Fang?
No. This is apparently a character I had in here before, so let me adjust the name here.
No worries.
There.
Godric?
Yep.
Okay, and can I get a hit point count for you, please?
Let's see. I do not see him.
Oh, you know what? I've given you access. Sorry about that. You should be able to see him now.
I see him on the map. Or are you looking in the character sheets?
Yeah, I was imported over. I put the token on, but I didn't give him access. So that should be fixed now.
Alright, there he is. 24.
24 hit points?
Yeah.
Cool. There you go. So, the minecart with Kraken, Sparky, Zeed, and Catgut kind of screeches down this very steep hill and kind of levels out and begins to proceed. Kraken kind of once again puts some muscle into the pedals, and you begin to coast down this shaft, heading kind of west, and then shifts a little bit north, heading deeper into the Goblin Mine. And then it shifts over. Godric, I would like you to introduce your character, please.
Good evening. I am Godric. I am one who enjoys the finer things of life.
Catgut's gonna
You
like
left my treasure.
Catgut will kind of turn to Kraken and be like, "I think he should be the one pushing the carts all of a sudden."
What is Godric's racing class?
He is a bugbear.
Oh my gosh. That's amazing. Okay. So we have
Bugbear, assassin, rogue.
So we have 2 bugbears. Now, Godric, are you
No, you have one rogue and one bugbear. Must be.
That's right, Catgut is a class bugbear. Okay. So for Godric, you've wandered down into this mine. Are you affiliated with the Dungeon Delvers Guild at this point? Up to you. Are you an adventurer?
I'm not sure if he's affiliated with the guild. He is an eccentric person, I would say.
Okay, so maybe you're down here because you know about this treasure, especially the disturbance of recently, where some adventurers came down and to try to kind of collect something, this old dwarven burial ground for this old king, and they had caused kind of the earthquake in the mountain. It kind of dropped a lot of the treasure down into this goblin mine, and you've heard about this, and you are coming in as well to try to find it. And you are standing kind of in the middle of the road, exploring these goblin mines, and then all of a sudden you see coming from up ahead a flickering light, and in comes this minecart coming down the passageway.
Since he's not the Dungeon Delvers member that he would have seen, or he's actually relatively new to the guild himself, Kraken would draw his weapon. Who are you? What are you doing here?
Why, these are my mines. Who are you?
Goblins, let's go.
Do you what
We're
the
here to take out. We're here to explore.
would Zeed stop the cart at this point, or because you're coasting towards Godric and he's kind of standing in the way? Do you stop,
I
or do you?
believe so.
Okay, so the minecart kind of pulls to a stop again, the kind of creaky brake, causing some sparks on the metal tracks, and you stand face to face with this lanky bugbear named Godric.
Do you have the proper paperwork?
Your trap that almost got us killed. Over 20 deception is gonna work, especially if he has to see it. Your traps almost got us killed.
Yeah, for Godric. For Kraken, what are you pulling out? Just some parchment, or what do you have? Like an emblem or a seal, or
Yo. What's an explorer's pack exactly?
The whole time he's doing this, Catgut's just kind of like We're not mining. Obviously, we're not mining. We don't have any mining equipment. Why are we having this discussion?
There's your explorer's pack.
He doesn't actually have any paperwork, or any papers, so
You just hold up your hand like you do.
Cat-
Just
Cat-
each one in turn.
he'll pull out this amulet off his neck that has on it, just like it has a symbol on it. He kind of moves the symbol kind of faster, so it doesn't people can't he can't get a good look
So
at
she's
it.
like holds it up. Yeah, I've got it. See, and then put us back.
Well, I suppose that would work as payments then.
So yeah, I'd kind of like Godric for you to roll a kind of an insight maybe against his 20 to see if you like. I guess you do have paperwork. Apparently.
No, he would say like, well, it's not paperwork, but I guess that should work as payments.
And then was
Payment?
Cat's just kind of mumbling to himself in abyssal, like, why is he saying we're mining? There's like literally no mining equipment. We could have just moved past this guy and not had to do this. This is dumb.
Well, I will join along with you, so we can find out. So I can assist you finding that treasure that you come seeking.
Godric, why don't you also roll me for a history check? Okay. So you would know also that there's coming up is a fork in the road, and you know one of those directions leads to kind of more the goblin hives, and then one leads further over towards the old dwarven ruin.
Does he know which one leads where?
He does. I'm gonna message it to him.
Trying to still put he's gonna say what treasure?
Well, the treasure of these mountains, the gold in the veins. That's what you're here to mine, aren't you?
Yes, that treasure. 13.
Just gonna like pull out one of his whips and say, "Shut up, slave," and crack it over Kraken's head and be like, "Get in." Like, oh, Godric to just come on in.
Which of you has the whip? Is it?
That would be Catgut. Just whips it over your head. He doesn't actually whip you. He whips over your head like the
Kraken man also has a whip, and he will grab it. He will make an attack against you. I don't think a 9 hits, but he will towards your leg.
So it's kind of blocked because of the way this cart is. It's a bucket cart, so you try to whip, but it's such a hard shot to get it inside the bucket around kind of where, even though people are standing at this time. But yeah, it misses, and there's a second. Godric, you just see like this kind of contested whip cracks.
He just watches bemused.
What does Zed and Sparky do during this exchange? This whips kind of crack overhead.
Zed is attempting to train Sparky to play cards.
Okay. Roll an animal handling check at disadvantage. Sparky pecks up one of the cards, flips it over down, and it's an ace. He seems to be getting the hang of which cards are valuable in your card game. I would like, at this point, everybody to please roll perception checks.
could I roll separately for Sparky too?
Mm-hmm.
Godric is quite curious about this chicken playing cards.
Okay. So, all of a sudden, the chicken kind of looks up and kind of goes, "Paka!" And then Godric, you're bemused by this chicken. Kraken, you're still like recoiling your whip, getting ready to do, strike back. Maybe, who knows? But Zeed and Catgut, you kind of look down the hall, down the tracks, and you don't see anything yet. Kind of the further down into the tunnel, it kind of zigzags out of sight, but you hear something. It's the sound of wheels spinning and one of these carts coming down the mine tracks. And then a little bit after, with a 20 and 19, you hear kind of the howls and the cries of goblins.
Catgut will be like, well, since Kraken here is too busy trying to hit him, he's going to start manning the cart and start pedaling down the other one.
Okay, you want to try to go back up the hill?
The right path.
No. Like, you said I can see them coming.
Yeah, so if you remember, you came down this hill and you're in the straightaway, and then somewhere up ahead, there's two paths. So you're like here, and then you're hearing noise coming from the forwards.
Right. In that case, he'll take out his bow and fire an arrow towards the darkness.
Okay.
Or
Right.
towards the sound that is coming towards him.
Sure. You can roll an attack at disadvantage, even with your dark vision. It's further out than what you can see.
Okay, dokie. Going to put this on.
What was that?
But
No, the arrow sails into the darkness. You hear kind of a moment later a chink, and you hear immediately a whole bunch of goblin hoops and howls. Does anyone speak Goblinoid, actually? I'm assuming
actually.
a couple.
yeah, the bugbears do.
Kraken, do you too?
No, I don't.
Oh.
But bugbears should, because
Yeah.
bugbears are often the
So,
goblinoid.
Godric and Catcut, you both hear these hoops and hollers. Faster, faster, faster! And I think at this point, I would like people to go ahead and roll initiative.
Might want to move your cart off the track.
That'll take too long.
Natural 20 Catgut. Natural 20 Godric. Holy smokes.
Question: how should I do Sparky? Just using the bonus action or roll for him?
He would be on your turn. Gosh, what can he even do? Action,
He can
peck, melee.
Poorly.
He can do his move in action. That's fine. But he'll go directly after you.
Question: can he claw him? Because he has metal claws.
Did you put in, is that like special he got in game and stuff with his armor?
Yeah, Eric, do you remember that?
They were crack. I crafted metal claws.
Okay.
I mean, I imagine it wouldn't do much more than the pack, but he does have like steel over his claws.
I would say that's going to be equivalent to maybe like a dagger's then. So whatever a dagger would do, you can have it be the same. I don't know if that's a D4 or D6, I forget.
Dagger's D4.
Okay, so then it basically would be the same as the peck, then it looks like. However, it will get +2 to its damage, it looks like. Peck is 1d4 +2. Oh no, that's a -2. So we'll take away any negatives for it. So you can just do the 1d4 without any penalties. So that way it's still a little bit of an upgrade on the chicken. And then I need to roll Goblin Initiative. Okay. Let's see, who is in the turn tracker? Who's missing? Kraken.
Oh, I didn't.
And then
Okay.
Zeed's in, Catgut is in. Okay, so it's just my goblins, which I need to copy over 1 second. Okay, so we have a couple really high initiatives. Catgut, what do you do?
Ketka puts away his bow, pulls out a weapon, and then it's going to, since he can't see anything coming, he is going to try and hide himself.
Okay, so you kind of jump out of the cart. Yeah, there's the planks and rocks and stuff on the edge of the walls and stuff. So you can roll a stealth check.
Great minds think alike.
Okay, so you blend into the shadows, kind of concealed up against the rocks. Godric.
Godric was also thinking of stealthing and having a attack at the ready.
Okay. Okay, so you also kind of blend into the shadows here. Zeed.
Zeke will take Sparky and hide in the shadows.
Okay, so you can go ahead and roll stealth checks. If you're holding Sparky, he can combine with yours.
Oh, sure.
Okay. So you kind of go off to the other side, I imagine. The hoops and hollers of the goblins grow closer as they scream, "Faster, faster, faster!" You hear some whips as well coming from there as you hear someone cracking over their heads. And coming down the shaft, you see racing close to 60 miles an hour, which is incredibly fast for these carts. A goblin cart, however, on the front is just this giant metal spiky cone. It looks like it's like a tunneler or something that they've attached to the front of the mine, and it's just racing towards you. It will be here in 1 round. Kraken.
Everyone else still jumps and hides in the shadows. Kraken does not stand on the track, but he moved out like ahead of the mining cart, like off to the side.
Okay.
Like, all right, you son of a goblin, come and get me! Ah! As he cracks the whip.
Okay. Is everybody kind of holding an action to attack as it gets closer? What you see, again, imagine like one of those cone type things mounted to the cart, and it's got kind of, it's not spinning, but it's meant to dislodge anything in its way, and there's like barbs and spikes all over it, like it's going to ram into the cart. That's very, very quickly. It's hard to see behind it, but you can see kind of a handful of goblin like head ponytails and green ears and stuff. There's kind of a crew pushing this minecart, probably with like the pedal type thing, and then there's obviously like some sort of commander on it as well, but you don't really see past it too well, so you can't see how many there are, but just kind of running through it. If you're holding actions, Catgut, what are you holding?
Catgut is holding an attack action for the first guy who comes around the corner.
Okay. Godric, same thing.
Yes.
How about Zeed and Sparky?
Yeah, we're both ready.
Okay, and then before it comes whistling down here, the intimidation for Kraken kind of echoes and fills the chamber, amplified by these hoops and hollers of the goblins. They are not in a position to really be intimidated by you at this point. However, you're definitely are an imposing figure. And then as the goblins are kind of racing down, how close are people to the mine cart that you were in? Like, are you just kind of jumped out and ran to the sides?
Yeah, we might be a little farther ahead of the cart.
Okay. What about Zeed and Sparky?
Probably about the same.
Okay, so if you all moved forwards into the shaft a little bit, that's definitely for the best, as the goblin cart just careens down, collides with the mine cart, and smashes it into smithereens. Wheels and shards and pieces of wood splinter and metal kind of clamps and stuff go everywhere as the minecart is completely decimated. And then as the goblins race down, Godric, Catgut, Really Kraken too, because of it would be an attack of opportunity as they whistle past. Indeed, everybody can make an attack on these goblins. As soon as it kind of the cone passes, you can see that it's kind of a bucket cart as well, but it's a lot longer. And there are 7 goblins and 6 on pedals, and then 1 standing up at the back. If you're attacking at the captain or the ones that are pedaling, let me know.
I will be going for the captain.
Okay, so that's a straight attack roll as he's standing open and exposed.
Does he know that we are there?
Yes, they know that you're there.
Oh, so much for surprise attack.
Oh, you know what? That's true. You and Cat got hid. I think everybody hid successfully except for Kraken. So actually, you would get us.
Try hiding, but
Yeah, they knew your presence were here, but kind of beyond that, you took the hide actions and stuff. So actually, that was successful. They knew you guys were here, but since Kraken was in the open, they knew his location.
And because we're heading at advantage, correct? So 15.
Okay. That just hits the Goblin Commander. And then...
Alright. So sneak attack is 2d6 plus surprise attack.
Okay.
And since it would also be considered a critical because of assassin.
Okay, so how many damage dice do you have?
D8
so-
plus 4d.
Okay.
Yes, 8 plus 46.
Okay, so that would be for Godric. What about Catgut's attack? Because in initiative, they would trigger an initiative, so Catgut would have a first strike.
Yep, so Catgut attacking with advantage is going to do 17.
Okay, so 17. And then next step would be...
Catgut
Actually,
would
you know what? It would...
Cat-
Also get the drop on them as well, wouldn't you?
I'm just looking kind of... I know this is...
rolled it.
I know this is theater of the mind, but actually it would have been Godric first because he's deeper into the cave. So Godric's would have hit first. So how much did you do?
Alright, so being an assassin, that's the critical. Do I need to roll more, or
So I
Yeah.
double the dice for criticals. So if you rolled, was it 2d6 for sneak attack or is it 3d6 for sneak attack? Because I see
2d6?
it.
Because
Okay,
there's
so-
2 sneak attack plus the 2d6 for the bugbear ability of surprise attack.
Oh, okay, so you rolled 15 and 6 for your attacks because of advantage, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you have the 5 from the d8, and then you rolled 3d6 total or 4d6 total for the attacks.
46 total.
Okay, so I will tell you with the critical, 4d6 plus a d8, that's going to be an extra 32 damage because of the crit, plus all the other damage. As this minecart goes by and the goblin's standing on the back exposed, he's not naked, but he's got a lot of his flesh just kind of open, and you can see a lot of green, and he's whipping the whip over the heads of all the goblins that are pedaling. How do you kill him?
Basically, Arv just shoots out with the rapier in hand, piercing the heart, and then right back into the shadows.
Okay, yeah, and the force of that, because they are literally going 60 miles an hour down this minecart, you just hold out your sword, shish kebab him, and he goes flying off the cart because of your attack, and you just drop him down into the tracks below. He's dead. The minecart continues by. Catgut, if you're wanting to attack the leaders down, but there's still all of the peddlers inside.
He would have been aiming at the peddlers because he doesn't want the cart to hit, but you know.
Okay, so with the advantage, because they have cover, it'd be at disadvantage, which flattens out, and you still rolled an 18 on your first hit, so that is enough to, let's see, stats. That is enough to kill the goblin, so you kill one of the peddlers. How do you do it?
Right through the ear.
Okay, same thing, rapier, just whoosh. Now the force of that is going to either drag your sword, your rapier out of your hand, or drag him out of the cart. So I need you to roll a strength saving throw, because these ones are sat down on the pedals. Okay, so that's enough to kind of you get tugged forwards, but because of your reach and your bugbear arms, you're able to kind of lessen a little bit of the jerkiness of it, and instead recoil and lift the body out. and then this guy on the back goes flopping down onto the carts as well. And at that point, it's kind of swinging past Kraken. So you're kind of stood there on the side. Go ahead and make your attack as well. Are you already dead, didn't you?
But if I have to attack on peddlers, I gotta roll disadvantage, so I have to roll attacking.
Yeah, so if you rolled 16 and then roll to your other attack. So still 16. Go ahead and roll your damage. That's going to hit the Goblin Peddler, but on the other side.
The whip goes around his neck, and... Let's see here, so 1d4... 3... And I'm going to use a superiority dice, and just kind of using trip attack. I guess he's not really... I guess I kind of want to pull him out of the cart with the trip attack. So that's 9 damage.
Okay. Yeah, So you kill this Peddler Goblin. There's 3 of them on your side, so you do the front, middle, or back?
The one... What, middle or back? Only, I guess, the front one.
Okay. How do you want this to go down as you kill him? You wrap around his neck.
He rips him around the neck and just tugs, and he comes flying out of the cart, landing next to me. And I'm about to punch him with my fist, but I see he's dead.
Okay. The 2 goblins behind duck instinctively as this front one gets totally yanked back. The first one loses his helmet and stuff, which is like a bucket helmet. The other one puts his head between his knees completely and just doesn't get hit or anything. And the goblin just kind of lands dead at your feet, and you go to punch him, but his neck is clearly broken from that. And then the minecart explodes. Zeed and Sparky, you see the aftermath. You're the closest to it, but just splinters fly in front of you. And as you swing at the goblins, what do you do?
I will attempt to first stab a goblin with a spear.
Okay. You're concealed, so you have an advantage which washes the disadvantage, so it's a straight roll. Unfortunately, the 12 is not quite enough to hit, and the spear makes contact with the metal just underneath where the goblin is, and it strikes loud in the dark cavern.
With my bonus action, can Sparky attempt to claw the goblin?
I think you'd have to kind of throw Sparky into the minecart just because he's so small. I don't think you could reach up to claw them. But if you want to try to toss him in, that'd be fine.
Never mind. Can I just punch him? Oh wait, no, I get 1 free punch, correct?
As a monk. Yes.
Oh, for if you want to try to jump in kind of just as it's passing, and try to take a kick at it, you would. It would still be at disadvantage because you're no longer kind of hidden at that point, and then it's moving. Even with the impact, it's still moving incredibly fast.
Yeah. I mean, I'm flying though too.
Okay, I would say if you're flying as an Aarakocra, even though it's kind of cramped mineshaft, there's enough room for you to spread your wings. You can kick down into them, and it would not be at disadvantage.
Sure, can I do that?
Yeah, go for it. Ooh. So as you kind of spin around and kick it, even the crash is enormously loud, but the force of it is just ricocheted out of the way, and this goblin cart just takes off back. So starts shooting up the hill. Now it's on their turn. They destroy the minecart, go about halfway up the hill, and then you can see them braking, and then they just start to free fall back down the hill towards you guys. As soon as it starts to get into range, there are killed 3 of the goblins are dead. So there's 3 left. Or sorry, no, there's 4 left because the leader was one of those. So as they come kind of flying back down, they stop pedaling and are all facing the back direction, and then they start to all throw their javelins. Now, Zeed, if you're still flying, they're going to throw some at you and then some at Kraken as well. So just 2 attacks on each. I'm using their short bow stats, but it's supposed to be a javelin, basically. So those 2 are for Zeed. Then these
Can I
two.
attempt to use my reaction?
Yes, you may.
I guess for the one that's question, how many times can I use it for?
I
reaction
think it's
for-
one reaction, so it'd be for one attack. So you can try to catch for the 19 if you want, I think.
Yes. So how do you do that? Do you have to just roll, or do you just catch it?
So that is monk. Deflect arrows, right? Deflect missile, sorry.
Yeah.
It's
So-
1d10 plus dex, I believe, plus 1 level.
Yeah, so you can...
If you reduce the damage to 0, you catch it.
Yeah, so when you do so, when you do so, the damage you take from the attack is reduced by 1d10 plus dex. So roll 1d10 plus your dex mod, plus 3, because of your monk level. And I guarantee you, you're going to pass. So you catch
21 or
you
18.
catch the arrow, and then if you want to use a key point, you can basically kick it back at him.
I will do that. So that'll be 2 key points, correct?
Yes. And then
Yeah, I'll do
I
that.
believe. No, actually, so that's your reaction. So to deflect it is just a reaction, no key. And then it's 1 key point to re-attack with it. So you'll need to deduct 1 key point, and then you can make a ranged attack.
What dice would that be?
It would be 1d20 plus your dex plus your proficiency. Because javelins, I think monks are proficient with javelins.
Yes. Even if you aren't proficient with it, you'd be proficient with this attack.
Yeah, you actually hit. So just for the damage, roll 1d6,
Understood.
and then plus your dex bonus.
9.
Okay, so you nail one of these goblins with its own javelin. It kind of flies at you. You kind of whip your wing up and deflect it upside down and spins around, and then with your leg you kick it back and nail the javelin back to the chair it's in. He's dead, so that's 3 goblins left in the minecart. The other attack hits you, I believe, with a 21 for 3 piercing. And then down for Kraken, the 2 other javelins, 16 and 18.
My AC is 16, so I believe it's meat to beat. So
Yeah.
you
So that's a total of 10 points as these kind of smack into you. It's going to... The minecart is just, because of the gravity in the hill, it's just spinning past. So Zeed, Kraken, Catgut, Godric, you all are going to get your attacks. So it'll go Zeed first because of your positioning.
It would not be with advantage or normal, right? Disadvantage.
It'd just be normal because you're kind of above it. Okay. And that is piercing for one-handed? Or piercing for two-handed?
1.
Okay. So you yank your spear down into the goblin as it passes. It kills one of them again. There's 2 left. It kind of keeps shooting down these tracks. Probably more like 30 miles an hour now at this point. Still fast, but slower than it was. Kraken, as it comes down past you, what do you do?
recoil the whip again and try to grab another one of them out of the cart.
Okay. Attack of opportunity, go.
Is it disadvantage, right?
Yeah, because you're not floating. So the 10 is not going to be quite enough. You kind of whip out towards him, and then in the corner of your eye, you see the back, or rather the front of the minecart, but it's going backwards, is that big giant cone, and you have to sidestep out of the way, or else you'll get kind of hit by it, and that kind of makes your attack go wide. But then Catgut and Godric, you both are kind of in the shadows there, and especially with your reach, you see these last, I believe it was 3 goblins that are left.
Okay. I will be attacking recklessly, so this will be well, so 16 for 10 piercing.
Okay. That is enough to kill another one of them, so that brings it down to, I think, 2 left. As Godric, as it kind of comes sailing down past you, are you going to try to use your reaction as well?
Yep. rapier.
Okay. That's actually not enough to kill this goblin. So there are 2 left.
Would this be
And
sneak attack as well, or no?
no, because you've attacked.
No. This is bad.
So the last 2 goblins are still in the cart, and the mine cart is just kind of like coasting back the way it came. Kraken.
Kraken runs up to the one that's not almost dead from Godric, and will just run up and just reach over the cart. If I can get up to it, and just punch him in the face.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna make you because of its turn, it used so much of its movement, and it's going super high speeds. But because it went up and then came back down, you can catch up to it, but you'd have to kind of climb over the big cone spike thing on the front. So you'd have to roll an athletics check to kind of jump over it or scramble.
Roll athletics to get inside. Oh.
Yeah, I'd say you would be able to jump on it, but it would be hard to actually attack
I use
from.
my inspiration that you gave me to.
Absolutely. Okay. So, describe what happens.
He's running down, jumps on the thing, trying to avoid the spikes, uses the spike as a handhold, and just shoves himself up into the cart, lands in front of the 2 goblins, and then just tries to uppercut the one that's still in decent shape.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead. That's enough. Go ahead and roll damage.
1d6 plus 3. 6 damage, and then as a bonus action, I initiated a grapple.
Okay. Yeah, he is bleeding profusely from a broken nose, and I think he, for grapple, just opposed strengths, basically.
Athletics first, either athletics or escape artist, or no, escape artist doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah, I'll just roll this for it. So basically, it's also got nimble escape. So we'll say you grapple him anyways, with your 5th natural 20.
I could spend a superiority dice and add another d8 to it, but
Do you want to?
I don't need to.
You don't want to? Okay.
No, not fast.
Catgut then. You see Kraken taking off after this minecart. It's within 1 move of you, so if you wanted to kind of chase after it and try to do the same thing, you could.
Okay. Well, so are they pedaling backwards, or
No,
is it
it's
just more...
it's just gravity. They came up the hill and then braked and then free falling down the hill. It's picked up speed and it's just coasting backwards.
Okay, so Catgut's going... So are there any goblins left?
There's the dead ones littering the ground that have been kind of pulled free, and there's 2 that are inside the minecart.
Okay. Catgut's going to try and stop the cart.
Okay, interesting. Okay, yeah. So you can use your movement to run up to it, and then if you want to grab onto it, the spikes are almost, like handholds. If you want to roll just athletics to try to grab a hold and pull and slow it down.
So Catgut's gonna rage before doing this, and then try to, he's gonna rage because he's a bugbear.
I love it. I absolutely love it.
Just gets really angry and just grabs that cart.
So that's a natural 20, it looks like, or no?
No,
It's not. It's a 15.
22.
Okay, so
Yeah.
Gotcha. So with 22, you grab a hold of it. Do you have gloves? Or just like really thick skin?
I believe I got common clothes and really thick skin.
Okay, so yeah, you don't take any damage from it, but like you grab onto these front spikes on the cone and just like start, I don't know, Superman pulling it back down, and it kind of loses all of its momentum and comes to a stop.
Okay. And in Goblin, he's just gonna kind of look at the other goblins and just be like, "I'm the master now."
Okay. Godric.
Alright, there's 1 left, you said?
There's 2 left.
Alright. going to sneak up on it and stab. There you
It's with advantage, by the way.
I think that's why you rolled twice. So yeah, you come up around the cart. It's stopped now. You kind of just step around. You see Godric holding one, and like I don't know, Godric. How are you? Not Godric. Sorry, Kraken is like holding one. Are you like choking it out, or is it tied up with your whip, or what are you doing to grapple it?
He's grabbing it by both its arms and just kind of shoving its face down into the
The bottom of the cart. Yeah. So one of them's completely like restrained, and so I imagine are you just.
Oh,
Are
If
you-
you try to kill it, I'm not sure that will work. Let me show you how. And he will stab said goblin.
Okay.
You
Okay,
stabbed
so-
one that way?
Like you said, you're holding it to the ground, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he just pokes it in the head.
Yeah, it dies.
What the hell do you think you're doing?
Weren't you trying to kill it?
No! As he points the manacles on him, the manacles on the belt.
Goblin is dead.
That's unfortunate. He will kind of like walk away.
Kiss that boy. Zed.
I am going to attempt to stab it with a spear.
Okay, so you kind of fly up over to where the minecart is, and from above, there's that last goblin kind of on the end. It's like trying to climb over the back of it, and you can spear it, or attempt to spear it. And it dies immediately. With 1 hit point left, it's dead.
Great, now they're all dead. There's no one we can ask for directions.
There's 4 goblins to the right, dwarves to the left.
Eckut's just happy he's got a new cart.
Yes, this minecart has the big cone spike on it. However, it's facing the wrong direction.
That's okay. We need a retreat, so... Actually, we've already determined these carts aren't that heavy, so Catgut's just gonna be like, alright, let's flip this thing.
So
And
the
he'll
thing
just-
with this one, it's extra long. There's 6 seats plus 1 in the back for the leader, which is kind of elevated, and it's got the spike on the front, which is probably another 5 feet forwards. So it will not be able to rotate left and right. You'd have to flip it vertically over and then flip it back onto its wheels.
Alright, that's what he'll do since he's still technically still raging.
While raging, you can roll a straight roll for that. It is otherwise at disadvantage. I mean, if you want, yeah.
You would get out and would help him with it.
Yeah, I'm gonna actually between the party helping, if Kraken does, if Godric wants to help, if even
He does have the bigger build because of the race, so he will.
yeah. So you can roll with advantage, Catgut.
Alright, I'll roll again.
The 17's enough, but let's see if it's better. Okay,
No, 17 is fine.
Okay, so this spike minecart thing lifts all the way up. It grazes the top of the mine shaft, kind of breaks one of the beams in doing so, and kind of rocks kind of spill down, and loose dirt and sand and silt just kind of coats everybody. There's no cave in, but it kind of lands down heavily and then rotates it back onto its wheels, and you can set it back on the track, and your new minecart is functional again.
Alright. Catgut's gonna get in the cart.
Alright, since you killed the goblin, you're giving us directions now.
Godric was actually about to climb, was working on climbing into the leader's chair. Nothing. Very
And
well.
it takes
That-
takes
So
and
the leader's chair is where the preceptor sits.
Yeah.
So
you're like you go and you sit there and like Catgut just looks at you, muscles bulging, and points.
Oh, there's a little whip. Yeah, there was a whip. A goblin with a whip.
Yep.
I was gonna grab the little whip.
Okay. So the whip here, as much as I want to make it like a +1 whip, it wouldn't make any sense. But what I'm going to do is look up the whip stats, and I want to make it a better whip. It's not going to be magical,
Look at 24.
so it will be a 1d6 whip because it's not magical. It's not +1 or anything, but it is barbed and spiked, and there's kind of a bunch of like sharpened bones, kind of nickeled in. There's even glass shards kind of attached to the end. So,
Make it a scorpion.
There's actually in the 3.0 systems, I got one of my old 3.0 books has a whip that has glass embedded with it.
yeah,
Called it an N.
well, you may add that into a 1d6 whip. So
no one's sitting on the chair, right?
So you have, so the mechanics for this one is you still need the person to perceive, like the navigator basically, the perception checks. You're going to need somebody to man the pedals, which is going to be the athletics and like speed. This one has a separate one for brakes, so there you still have the brake and a separate one for turning. So you need someone to be able to turn, brake, pedal, and percept or perceive.
Catgut's gonna put himself in the perceiving role.
Godric already said he would sit in the chair.
Yes, and Godric is now looking down a very angry bugbear.
So the
While
bugbears are.
they're fighting
Swears
monsters.
Who swears he's an actual bugbear.
Godric is a bugbear too.
Yes, but the difference is Catgut calls himself a bugbear, as in that's his class, not a prissy bugbear in a fancy suit.
Perhaps the one with the strength should be using the power to move the carts.
And Catgut's like, perhaps the one who can see should be the one telling us where to go.
Perhaps the one who knows the directions should be the one directing.
While
You
they
can
are
direct.
arguing,
You can control the steering wheel. Feel good?
you both look down and there's the chicken sitting in the seat.
Yeah. Catgut's gonna like pick up the chicken, let him sit on his lap.
So if your characters are in-game going to fight over who wants to sit in the tall chair, I'm gonna have you guys roll for it, unless in out of character you choose one. But if you're gonna in character do it, I think maybe opposed intimidations is maybe an appropriate roll.
Sure, why not?
Well, it looks like Catgut is not as intimidating as Godric. Kraken, were you rolling for hit dice?
Second wind.
How many charges do you get of that? Is it two?
One short rest.
Oh, and then you short rested, yeah. Okay. So, Catgut and Godric, how are you going to arrange that up there?
Well, since Catgut was defeated, Catgut will grudgingly give him the seat, but he's not gonna refuse the pedal.
Do you want to man the brakes or the turns?
No, he thought Zed did a good job at braking, so he'll handle the turns.
Okay.
Fair enough.
And that leaves Kraken and Sparky on, or actually Sparky's on the lap. Or do you
Give
still?
me 1 second here.
Okay. So Kraken, if you would like to start off with the pedaling to get this cart going, this is at disadvantage because of the size of the cart.
Okay. Oh. Ew.
I was
It's gonna get going very far.
Yeah, so you're able to start moving it very slowly. It's about a walking speed. So you move like 30 feet per round. It's fairly slow.
We'll want to go to the left track. Or to the right if you want Goblin.
One of those damn javelins got me in the leg. On the knee.
You took a javelin to the knee.
So you took a javelin to the knee.
Gonna retire now?
Any regret?
Become a guardsman?
Hell no. Well, depends on how much treasure we get.
So, yeah,
Would you be like that they were after treasure? Like you helped. You can get it. You helped you and you're with us, but it did not stop us from taking our treasure.
Okay. So progress is slow. I need to have someone roll a percentile dice. Let's have. Oh, Kraken, you want to just roll the percentile? Okay. You are proceeding down the tracks again slowly. It's almost like you need a crew to be pedaling in here. If you wanted to temporarily like have other people adopt pedaling roles as well, you could do so, but then they would have to jump to do one or the other thing. So all other roles would be at disadvantage if you wanted to try to do it that way.
Oh, that's right. He'll do it. He just went down to the knee.
For that, yeah, so you just proceed. You kind of come up to where the fork is, and you can hear more hollering and whooping of goblins, but it doesn't sound like they're on their way yet. You just barely avoided it. So you come to a fork in the road. Left or right?
Right for goblins.
Sorry, what did you just say?
Left for dwarves, it's right for goblin.
He's gonna turn left.
Okay. As you begin to descend down, the mine shaft kind of leans forwards and it starts to pick up speed yet again. This is going to be another check for Zeed if you wish to break it, otherwise, or use the brakes. Otherwise, it is going to start going fairly quickly. Okay. So.
Can I get a... Nothing.
So as you begin to descend, Kraken, you find the pedals to start to be easier as you're pedaling, and then you kind of realize it's just gravity. You stop pedaling and they just keep spinning and spinning and spinning. I need, let's see, Godric, roll your perception check.
He'll stop pedaling. So give himself his knee a break and not adding more speed to the person trying to brake.
Mm-hmm. So the brakes don't seem to be working on the slope and kind of everything. Godric, up ahead, all you can see is kind of things shifting from black and white to color as you see kind of a red glow up ahead. There's a left and a right. So that can't get. Which would you like to go, left or right?
So I can't see which way goes where.
Godric is not able to tell which directions really seem to be in. They both are kind of have this glow, but there's no perceivable details. So it's up to your instinct.
Right. Let's flip a coin then.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Godric says
Left
right.
it is! So he just turns left.
What did Godric shout as Catgut's already shifted?
Yeah, he was calling right just as he shifted left.
So Catgut careens the thing left. Zeed and Kraken are just kind of like hands free at this moment. There's no point in trying to even make any of their aspects of this cart work as you burst into a huge cavern.
With lava.
And there is indeed lava.
Of course, I did not know that in character.
Everything around you is open, and you see a spout of the lava burst from this lava river. Everything's incredibly hot as you come racing down. The wind in your face is stifling, and you can see just embers kind of floating in the air, and your minecart, again, just tanking forwards down this thing. You see a track up ahead, and it looks to be fairly rotted or partially incinerated. As you're coming to this kind of bridge, I need everybody to tell me, this is going to be a skill check. So as you're coming down this bridge, you may use any skill that you have not yet used, or that a party member has not yet used. And I'm going to have you go in initiative, actually, so that we can keep track of that. So if everybody, let me copy your tokens over so it'll go in the tracker. 1 second. Okay, so everybody click on your tokens and you can roll initiative.
My deck's in at least. So, the character.
Token flip.
Okay.
Give me a second. Oh, never mind. You can do that too.
I suggest that we all bail.
Okay. So, Catgut, you're going to be the first to be able to put something. How come so many? Oh no, that's right. There's just the chicken there. I was thinking there's too many tokens. So this is a skill check, kind of at the beginning, the same thing. You can use any skill and try to tell me how you're using that to make the mine cart go over this bridge without any issues.
So Kafka is going to use so party. Kafka is going to try and use a sleight of hand to keep the steering wheel steady.
Okay, yep, that's perfect because there are no rails on the bridge. The tracks end, you go over this wooden bridge and get back on the rails at the other side. So you can definitely roll your sleight of hand check. And that is a success. Okay. Next up is Zeed. How would you like to contribute with this skill challenge?
Zeed. Has anyone used perception yet?
Nope, only one that's been used is sleight of hand.
Oh, you mean it's the only one in the so within this challenge?
Yes, this is a new challenge.
Okay.
Oh, I thought it was overall.
Nope, this is a new challenge, and I will tell you that this is not a 3 success challenge. This is a harder challenge to beat. So it's gonna go through a couple times.
He will attempt to use acrobatics to make sure everyone's able to stay safely within the cart.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Like
Roll your. For sure. It's almost like there's like makeshift rope harness seatbelts that you can try to do. So you kind of, or maybe there's not. You like go and you kind of jump up out of your chair and move through the cart, just checking everybody, making sure. But then there's a lurch as you're kind of going downhill and you have to sit back down. You're unsuccessful, unfortunately. So that's going to go to Godric. How would you like to assist?
Whew,
Gotta choose quick or else you're gonna get a fail.
Yep. We'll go ahead and try to boost the morale. Like, all right, if we're doing this, let's do it.
Okay, is that persuasion? Okay.
Yes.
So, as you kind of lift up your voice and you kind of give a rallying cry, you get a success. So everybody kind of hears Godric shouting from the back, like "Go team, go" type thing. And as you sail towards this bridge, Kraken, how are you going to assist?
What looks heavier, Zeed or the big plow thing on the front?
Definitely the big metal plow.
Is there when we were flipping it? Is there a way to disconnect that before we hit the bridge?
You want to go and try to find out? It's going to be an investigation.
Investigate? Oh.
Unless you want to just try to like knock it off, you could try to do that.
I was thinking athletics to try to knock it off, or intimidate to tell the bird to fly, to get the weight down.
Choose one. If you want to try to hit the thing, I will tell you it's going to be a harder DC unless you do an investigation first.
He'll start moving way towards investigating it, but he'll say, "We need to lighten the load. You can fly." And to fly, and then he'll try to intimidate Zed.
Okay.
No.
You can roll your intimidation. Okay. So that counts as a success. And you move up towards the front. That's going to go back to Catgut. You're at 3 successes so far. The bridge is looming ahead.
Gut's going to try and use perception, see, mostly to know ahead of time if there's anything on the track, so because he's controlling the steering wheel.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead and roll perception. Okay, and that is the 4th success. It's getting closer and closer. You have 1 fail only, and so you're doing really well. You can see that again, the tracks just end, and then it goes onto this rope bridge, which is fairly rickety looking compared to like, and it's like wooden ropes and stuff, but being in the fact that it's in kind of a lava river area, it's very weak looking. But on the other side, there are the tracks, and you think you can just angle it correctly. If the bridge will just hold, you can go straight onto it evenly and then get back on the tracks on the other side. So that's a success. That's going to go back to Zed.
We need to move faster.
Zed's flying, so he will take out 2 ropes with survival and have them dangling over him as it's over the cart. So if something does happen, his party members can grab onto the ropes
Okay.
for a quick escape.
Sure, go ahead and roll survival. Okay, that is a fail. So you take off holding the ropes and you are flying over. You're just about to the bridge. Godric. And for everybody, just to, if you want to know kind of where you're at, it's 5 successes or 3 failures. And you are at 4 out of 5 and 2 out of 3. So choose wisely, Godric.
Insight to see if this is really a good idea. Oh.
Okay. You determine the minecart goes off the rails and starts on the bridge. You deduce this is not a very good idea. Immediately, you feel the ropes break from the weight of the bridge as you're kind of going across it. There's a moment where the bridge is starting to kind of fall from the back, and your speed is still going across it, but now it's starting to become a hill and working its way up and up and up. Kraken, you've left the pedal seats, so if anybody wants to try to take the pedal seats and try to make it go faster up this falling bridge, or you can do whatever you want, but we won't go necessarily in initiative if anyone has an idea. Zed's flying, so you're not affected by it falling.
Jump in to get it moving faster.
You want to jump into the pedals?
Yes.
Okay, so you can roll in athletics. Okay, that's a fail. That's not going to be enough when it's falling. Kraken, what are you doing?
Get over here, start pumping!
Is there more than 1 pedal seat?
Yeah, there's 6 pedal seats, so you can sit anywhere and do it.
I was debating on trying to like grab a hold of the like how when Indiana Jones cut the bridge and like hold on to the bridge and climb up, or staying with the cart. But so let's go and see if we can help pedal.
Okay. Okay,
Yeah.
well that gets you a little bit past halfway, so you're able to get the cart to kind of move forwards. The bridge is actively sinking down, having been dislodged from the other side. What about let's see, yeah, Catgut.
So Catgut's going to Catgut's after falling out of the first cart, Catgut's not going to take any chances, so he's going to rage and use his athletics again.
Okay, so you're gonna sit down on another pedal seat and try to make this go faster. Okay.
Yep.
You roll with advantage. Okay.
23.
That's 23. You get to another quarter of the way across, and the bridge now comes down. Let me move this to show. So this, oops, no, that's not right. I can't get it to work. It's fine. It's breaking anyways. So it is now basically like this in that last quarter of the bridge. What's wrong with this? There. So it is, you're almost to the top, and then momentum just fails. Zeed, are you doing anything else? You're flying? So you're...
Can I fly down to help pedal, and can Sparky also help pedal?
Sparky cannot help pedal. He's a chicken. But if Zeed wants to kind of duck down and try to land in one of the seats and just kind of give it all you've got, go ahead and roll an athletics check. Okay, so that is unsuccessful. So it gets to a point you're again a quarter of the way. It's like about 20 feet from the entrance, and then the bridge just like gives out, and it's not broken at this end, but it's vertical. You feel the minecart just shift with the weight and kind of fall backwards a little bit. You can all roll dexterity saves if you want to try to jump off and grab onto the hanging bridge, or if you want to do anything else. What do you want to do?
Yeah. Oh. Oh no.
To try and like Indiana Jones a rope to the top of the rock.
Can I use my whip to try to get an advantage to grab a hold of something?
Yeah, Kraken, you can do that. And then, Katka, if you're trying to do what? I'm sorry?
He's trying to lasso the rocks above him.
Okay, yeah, 20 foot. Yeah, you've got a long enough rope to do it. You can roll a sleight of hand check.
Alrighty. Turn off advantage.
Zeed, with your 24, you just end up flying. That's fine. So Katka, yeah, if you're gonna carry a person while you're flying, a chicken's so light. Yeah, no, you can carry him. That's fine. So Kraken, you fall down kind of with it. You kind of climb up to the nose of the angled conical spike of the minecart and leap up, lasso your whip, and then you're now hanging down from your whip. Catgut, you also take a flying leap and you throw the rope around the rock, and you catch the other end as it slings around, and you're now hanging from the rock. Godric, you rolled a natural 1. You are falling.
Yep.
Does anybody have anything they can do to try to save Godric?
Dash.
I mean-
You want to try to dash and swoop him up and try to carry him?
Yeah.
It'd be at risk to yourself carrying a not hobgoblin, but a bugbear. But if you want to try that, you can.
Or does anyone else have an idea?
Kind of.
I mean, Catgut's using a 60-foot rope, so I mean, there's going to be some extra rope down there. Assuming Godric is fast enough to catch it.
I think that to me, I'm trying to think of ways to save Godric. I'll be honest, because otherwise, like, you're gonna fall in the lava. But if you're throwing the rope up and around the rock and catching kind of the other side, because there's no natural, you don't have time to make an actual lasso for it. So it's like you're looping it around and catching the other end so that you're holding both ends. That's kind of what I'm imagining. Otherwise, it just kind of, I don't know if that would work otherwise. Then cracking.
Alright, I'm gonna
Swing. I mean, if you could swing the rope over to.
Well, I'd say Kraken, you've got the whip. If you want to try to swing from your whip and try to catch onto him, you could try to do that. Zeed could try to fly down and try to catch him also. But either way, that would put your characters kind of at risk because you'd be at disadvantage while carrying another person.
Yeah, I thought about swinging down on the other whip to try to get him, but Kraken, I don't think is not the kind of character. I mean,
Yeah, you do have
Yeah.
2-ups. If you wanted to, you caught on with the Goblin Whip onto the thing, and if you wanted to use your other one and try to lasso down onto him with the other one and just be tying it, being stretched.
but Whip trying to hold up a bugbear, that's gonna put him in pretty bad situation. This is like imminent death. I don't see him putting his life on the line for other
Okay,
people.
that's fair.
That when it's that bad of a situation.
Can. Shit. Catgut's gonna try and whip him.
Okay, you got a
Well,
whip too.
Yeah, I got him.
Okay.
And a slightly longer reach.
Okay, you can go ahead and roll it like an attack, I guess. Okay. That will catch Godric by the heel, and he's going to end up hanging down, upside down, right next to Kraken. Catgut, make an athletics check. It. Actually, you're still raging, so it's not at
Yeah.
disadvantage. It's a flat roll. But for you to be able to hold on to both ends of the other rope with one hand. Sorry, that's not going to be enough to do it.
Yep.
You're
And
gonna
if it,
you're gonna
he's got a
start.
choice between Godric and their own rope, he's gonna let go of Godric.
Well, in order to kind of use the whip, you have to let go of the rope, and in doing so, you kind of lose hold of kind of where you're at, and the rope starts to slide. Make one final dexterity save to kind of catch back onto the actual bridge itself.
Lava. What a situation.
Would I be able to use this in this situation?
To gain an uncanny sense of things, you have advantage on a dexterity save
Yes,
against
sir.
the effects you can see, such as traps. I would consider this to be that. Yes, you may gain your advantage. Okay. So with that, you lose the rope, you catch onto the bridge instead, and you still have Godric lassoed by the ankle. So he's still hanging upside down adjacent to Kraken. Zed, what are you doing?
I'm gonna first, so Sparky can fly because he's a chicken.
Yep, that's
So
true.
I'm gonna have Sparky fly to the here, just see.
Okay, yeah,
stay.
You only
Yeah, he
wanna
gets-
survive in
I'll
adventure.
go down to Kraken and attempt to bring him up.
okay. So as you're flying, roll an athletics check at disadvantage to try to kind of help hoist him up. Okay, you're able to try to get a hold of him and lift, but there's a huge splash of lava from the bottom as the cart just goes into the river and just slowly starts to sink down. You have to let go and just keep beating your wings to fly up and make sure that you're safe. You're unsuccessful at helping him this turn. So I guess I will refresh the initiative. Catgut, what are you doing?
Catgut is going to try and climb.
Okay, again at disadvantage, but rage makes you like a flat roll. Okay, the weight of holding another bugbear from this whip and trying to climb one-handed, you lift yourself up a couple inches, and then you just like, if I move my hand, I'm gonna fall, and you just kind of sink back down. You're in the same spot. Zed, what are you doing?
I'm gonna fly back up here. Can I find a rock?
Yeah, there's rocks around.
A big rock.
Yep, there's the one that Catgut had tried to loop his rope around. It's fixed. Are you looking for a portable rock or a fixed rock?
Fixed, because I have about 100 feet of it.
Yep, so you can use that fixed rock, the same one that he tried to use.
So I'll tie it and then throw the other end of the rope over the side to
Okay.
see if somebody can try to climb up.
Okay, roll a sleight of hand. Okay, yeah, you make a quick knot, toss it down. The bottom of the rope is hanging just above the lava. It's about almost 100-foot drop. Okay, Godric. You're hanging upside down. And this rope kind of falls down kind of nearby you.
He will grab onto the rope.
Okay. Go ahead and make a sleight of hand check to try to catch onto it. So you have to swing a little bit. Okay. So you catch onto it, and between your arm strength and kind of pulling yourself up, the whip goes slack on Catgut. Even though it's still attached to his ankle, it's no longer like a hindrance if you want to like tuck it away into your belt, or if you want to like coil it back up. Godric is now kind of hanging on from his hands. Kraken, what do you do?
Kraken, I think, would want to start climbing up.
Okay, yeah, roll an athletics check. Okay, you climb up to the bridge, are able to kind of get your whip kind of stowed back, and then you can start to climb back up. You're almost where Catgut is, almost to the top. Catgut, now no longer having to hold up the weight, what do you do?
Catgut's gonna climb up.
Okay, athletics at advantage. Okay, you get to the top, and I imagine you like roar or something since you're raging.
And he's just gonna grab the rope and start pulling. Well, he can't do it. That's
Well,
what we're doing.
With the natural 20, I'll give you a little bit more. You can start to pull Godric up, so he's if you're pulling the rope, that's going to remove one of the actions required to get to the top. So that brings us to Zed.
I'll just start playing cards with Sparky. Just won't wait for the rest to get up.
Okay. If you want to make a roll for that, you can. You don't even know what to make your roll.
Do you want me to roll?
Or you can just...
see how good it goes?
Yeah, you can roll animal handling again. I think I like that one, because you're playing with a chicken. Okay. It seems distracted, but you try to get it to play. Godric.
Alright. Gonna try to climb.
Yep, athletics. Okay. Climbing a rope while you're not like dangling down, I'd say that's enough to kind of get closer up to the top. So yeah, you're able to just get up there, not quite to the surface of the where the tracks are, but you're able to kind of get up almost to that point. And Kraken. Okay. Kraken, you're able to climb up this bridge. As you get to the top and you kind of pull yourself free, the remaining parts of the bridge blub, 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 and burn. And then... Yeah. And Catgut, I presume you just want to lift Godric up? So athletics at advantage. Okay, that's not going to be enough to help him, but Godric, if you want to roll one more athletics, you can have advantage because of the extended hand.
Okay. Advantage. Athletics. Oh.
God for that advantage.
That would have been horrible.
With a heavy sigh, you all just kind of plop down on this other portion of the chasm, the lava river kind of flowing below with bouts of like bubbles bursting upwards and kind of geysers of lava. And you are now cartless, but you remain there.
Tell me you know another way back.
Let's go to the right.
Catgut's just gonna keep going down the path.
Yes. Okay. Fun fact.
So just march along. Okay. Catgut, roll survival for me.
Survival. Let's see. Yeah, I didn't think that was gonna go well.
Is that an advantage? So 3?
Yeah, so that'll be 3.
Okay. So you can find that the tracks go straight upward here, and then there's this kind of little ledge that goes down towards the lava bank. This lava bank thing sounds pretty good with a natural one.
Godric, can Godric do a survival as well?
Anybody who's walking forwards can, yes. Well, there might be treasure down there.
kind of like still kind of heavy breathing. Oof, let's not do that again.
Yeah, chicken roll
The
too.
chicken is the only one that starts to go up following the tracks. Everybody goes down to this local area. And I'd like everyone to please roll a perception check for me, please. Okay, so as you get down closer to the lava banks, again, the heat is immense, and nobody here has fire resistance, I don't think. So everybody, please roll a Constitution save. Okay. So Zeed, Kraken, you rolled a natural 20. Are you serious? Again?
Quadrix did.
It looks like both Godric and Kraken. So that's what, like the 6th natural 20, I think?
A lot. I don't.
That's insane. Okay, so yeah, nobody is really affected except Zeed. Coming down here, it is incredibly hot, and you basically have disadvantage on stuff also close to the lava. However, with the perceptions, most everybody sees a glistening treasure chest that's down kind of by the banks of the river. Sparkling gold, looks like it's been kind of stowed away, concealed near where the lava bank is.
Oh, that's one way to hide it.
No one see any defenders?
What was your perception, Kraken? Was yours the 4?
Yeah. He asked. Anyone see
No.
anything defending it?
Catgut is going to be like, doesn't look like it. I think with the 16.
What
Yeah,
about the
no,
22?
The 22, it looks to be misplaced. It doesn't seem like anybody would come down here so close to the river where it can overflow. It doesn't make any sense, but you don't see any, like, people anywhere.
Can I insight?
Catgut feels like this is a mimic, but he knows that he's not going to be able to convince Kraken to leave the gold chest. So he'll just sit back and
Okay, and
Doctor
then
will have his bond ready, just in case.
okay,
When they
Well-
said they didn't see anything, Kraken would move towards it.
okay. As you reach for the gold coins morph and change, discolor, and ooze, and all of a sudden, the mimic bites at you.
That's a nice token.
I will release the arrow.
You may go ahead and do so. Oh, sorry, not pseudopod. Bite.
That's a dirty trick.
Would it be? Nope.
Nope, it fizzles into the lava behind. But Kraken, yes, it bites you, and that's put on some music.
5 damage or 6 damage?
6 with acid. Yes, there's 1 acid damage as its saliva just kind of bites and dissolves into you.
We roll new initiative, or we're using the old ones?
New. This is a new creature.
Yeah, I accidentally clicked on Kraken. My bad.
Oh, you can just retitle it. I'll add Zeed.
Initiative is not my strong suit for this game.
Who's missing?
Chicken
Got
and
Catgut.
one of the bugbears.
for some reason it didn't roll. Hold on.
Is the chicken's the only one that survived this adventure?
Having had a taste of Kraken, it wants more. It will bite you. 13. And then adhesive, The mimic adheres to anything it touches. A huge or smaller creature adhered to the mimic is also grappled.
I figured it's probably not going to want to grapple me, but okay.
Yeah, I don't know if you're not huge or smaller. So I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
it's just
Smaller, yeah.
yeah, it's just to clarify because like you can't usually grapple something that's 2 sizes bigger than you.
Oh, okay.
So it kind of clarifies.
Yeah.
I
Okay,
think
so
I can. That's to the feet.
Mm-hmm.
okay, Kraken, what do you do?
I'm grappled with this thing.
Well, you're stuck to it. It's not so much like it's actually like holding you as it's just the slime from it is kind of like sticking to you.
So it grappled me, and it then when it bit me the first time, right?
Yes.
So when it starts its turn to attack me the next turn, it takes 3 damage.
Okay. Yeah, it doesn't know any better.
Anything that starts its turn grappling me, I can do a d4 damage to it.
Yeah, well, it takes its 4 damage and just kind of like still tries to chomp down, biter harder on you because it's dumb.
I don't have 2 attacks yet, so I think I will just try punching it. So 5 is a 24 hit.
Yes, that definitely hits.
So 1d8 plus 2. Punch it for 9 damage.
Okay, yeah, it gets kind of knocked backwards a little bit, but still hanging on with its stickiness to you. Godric.
All right.
It has bit the one who was who was a grappler. That may not have been its widest move.
It is not a wise creature. Okay. What is Godric doing? Sorry.
Basically making sure I'm 10 feet away from it because I've got that nice long reach.
Mm-hmm.
Would this be with sneak attack?
I mean,
So
it's I guess
here.
because it's in combat, not because it can see you, but you've got the advantage. That is going to hit. So that's max for 20 damage. Katka.
Catgut, seeing everyone clustered together, is just gonna pull out his bow and fire from a distance. Because he doesn't need to go closer to the lava. He doesn't want to repeat experience. So he'll fire a shot from a distance.
Okay, yep. Another 10 damage. Zed.
Can I attempt to tame the mimic?
How do you propose to do so?
Animal handling?
You want to come down and try to animal handle the mimic?
Yes.
Okay.
And I
Again,
will
being
throw
down
in
by
a,
the lava.
Ration.
Okay. So it's still going to be at disadvantage because of how hot the lava is in the failed con save.
Cool.
Okay. You kind of hand over like this like dried turkey meat or venison or whatever it is, and it's still kind of bit down on Kraken and doesn't seem to be paying attention. And on its turn, you want to roll your damage? Okay, so 1 more point. It is going to chomp again on you. Still trying to consume you. That'll be another 10.
Just grappled, not restrained. So yeah, it's 10 damage. Okay. Maybe I should make it restrained next turn.
Okay, that's its turn. It's just trying to eat you, basically. Kraken.
only get one action, one attack. I can either attack it and try to do damage to it, or make it restrained, which means it has disadvantage on it.
Mm-hmm.
You also do have action surge, I believe.
That's true. I will make it restrained, and then so I'm grappling it back and restraining it,
Okay.
and then I will try punching it.
Okay, go for it. That's a hit.
Okay. 1d8 plus 3. Nice.
Ooh.
I'm punching it for more than it's biting me, and it is restrained.
Okay. So, as you are punching it, it's like got its mouth kind of bit onto part of you, whether it's your arm or leg or whatever. But you kind of like grab it back and you just start punching. Its jaw slacks and it just starts hanging by the stickiness, and then it just kind of collapses against your punch and then just hangs down. It is dead.
Oh, I misread this. At the I guess it's still only once per turn, but it says at the start of my turn I deal 1d4.
Oh, I mean, it was the same thing basically because you go right after it. So, but yeah, it's dead. Collapses down onto the ground, and then it's kind of deforms into more of like a gelatinous-y looking puddle, not like a ooze, but like a shapeless carcass, like a jellyfish.
Any value to it anymore, so I just like, that's a dirty trick. Ouch! I actually moved my foot when I pretended to kick it. And I kicked the side or something.
Yeah,
And I kick it to the lava.
yeah. There's a as it ignites and disappears.
Akat's gonna go pick up his arrow soon as the thing kind of melted.
This
I guess see you to fly back up.
Okay, you make your way back up. You see Sparky off in the distance, just kind of waddling up the trail, following the train tracks.
I will slowly start making my way back up towards the.
Okay. So as you begin to proceed, you're now minecartless, and you begin to kind of go through the tunnel. For lights, you can easily light a torch now, especially if you went down to the lava area, so you can kind of have that illuminated. You're going to come to another fork in the road. Would you like to go left or right?
What do you want us to roll to figure that out?
If you want to try to get in tune with what's what, you can roll survival.
Can we all roll?
Yep, everybody can at this point because you're all on foot. You've got time basically to investigate and try to look around. So, Zed is kind of the person on point running up to chase after Sparky and kind of reunites with his chicken and kind of looks from left to right, looks at the ground and sees that there's not tracks, there's not footsteps, but you can see the rails on the right have been used far more recently than the ones on the left. The ones on the left still has kind of that brimstone smell to it, but it's not as like hot as this back room was. The ones with the active tracks seem to kind of veer back to the north, versus the one on the left kind of continues down.
So
We're looking for a dragon, right?
From my remembrance of the tale, the dragon's dead, but the treasure still should still be down here.
So the question is, would the gold be in the pathway most recently traveled, or would it be
down where you would typically expect to find the dragon. How recent are those tracks?
With a 19 survival, you can tell that they're within the last couple days.
Okay, so either this is, or so either we're walking into a trap, or someone's come this way. Catgut's gonna recommend the Brimstone way, but he's unsure. So, what do you guys want to do?
I think left.
Been a few weeks since those adventures go through here. Well, a few days. We had to travel uphill, so not like it's been used immediately. But it's
There, you can see some of that, hopefully. So this way is the kind of more brimstone-y smelling one. This one is the more actively used one.
I think
Look this way.
Catgut said that way. So the Brimstone.
that might just take us back to another track over. Hopefully, to another track over the lava.
He's like, yes, but that way might lead us to a goblin ambush.
All right.
More things of this, like it's. I mean, he's not head set on going this way, but he's also. It's more his instincts are telling him to go this way.
Let's try it.
So which direction?
This way.
Okay. So you see kind of the tracks angling down. Up ahead, you can see it kind of getting more intense with the heat, and you can see the tracks just go into the lava. They kind of melt down into slabs of just slag, and then into the lava. It looks like if you had taken an actual minecart down here, it would have probably just been like a suicide. However, not being on foot, it is harmless to you.
All right, this way it is.
Okay. So as you proceed up here, you continue on until you get to what looks to be a stopping point. This looks to be like if you were driving the minecart and you didn't brake in time, you would have like smashed into the rock and damaged stuff. The tracks are empty. However, you see kind of at this station, and then I'll open up the rest of this. You can see that there's another set of tracks on the other side of this kind of platform. And even though there's no minecart over there, there are some odd looking vehicles, you might say. There is a bicycle, one with a very large front wheel and one tiny little back wheel. There is a unicycle. There is a tricycle, which is kind of like a pedal, almost like a kid's bike, but amplified, so it's much bigger. And then there's also a little skateboard, for lack of a better word, but it's like latches onto one half of the tracks, and then you can like skateboard with it following the tracks.
This is not unusual. So I'm guessing each of us has to grab one of these.
You don't have to. It's there if you want to.
Okay. Catgut's gonna try the big one.
Okay, you want to get the tricycle?
The one with the big wheel.
Oh, the bicycle. Yep. So it's like the old school giant front wheel bike. Okay. Yep.
Tricycle would have some good balance to it.
Okay.
I assume it latches onto both sides of the tracks and then has a wheel in the middle to forward power.
Yep, it's bumpy because of the center wheel kind of riding over the wood planks, but it will work. Is everybody else just on foot?
Um, Godric is waiting to see what the others do first. And he'll take whatever's left.
Okay, is Zed
What
going
are
to take
the
anything?
vehicles again?
There's a unicycle and there's the skateboard.
I guess I'll walk, but can I take the skateboard and put Sparky on it?
Yep, you can definitely do that. So you take the skateboard.
Catgut is kind of curious how, like, there are 4 vehicles here, and each one of them has one more wheel than the others. It's, getting a little nervous about that coincidence. But he'll lead ahead.
Okay. Godric, are you taking the unicycle or leaving it?
Might as well, because you never know when you'll need a unicycle.
Okay. You may all add your items to your inventory if you want as a mode of transportation. So if you're trying to get from town to town or anything and you don't want to hire a wagon, you may now use these as alternative means of transportation.
I wonder how much I can sell my full once I get back to my horse.
We can find out later on if you get back. So proceeding down the pathway, you begin to see again, these are more actively used tracks. It kind of curves around, you're going from north, it turns west sharply, and you start to see more dwarven carvings as you're making your way under the city cave, Borgen, or whatever it was called. And we are going to basically get to the finale. So coming up ahead, you can all hear there's goblins. No perception checks are even needed. Coming up to this next area, as it's getting to be more well-built, mined, like carved stone, reinforced walls with woodwork, and just very effective. You can hear the noise of goblins kind of not parting, but you can hear them kind of jeering, cheering, hollering, yelling, kind of not being stealthy in the slightest.
Is there a way? Can we?
Are they saying anything in particular, or?
Yes, you speak Goblin. You can hear there seems to be some sort of taskmaster shouting, "Put your backs into it! Load it up! Hurry, hurry! The king is going to want to get all of this treasure!"
Oh, that sounds like
Try and sneak up.
I was about to suggest a short rest, but who knows how much they can carry away in an hour. So
Yeah.
let's go.
Patrick would like to stealth forward.
Okay.
Catgut stealth.
God damn it.
Hold on 1 second. I need to get a token for the boss
Speed
ones.
stealth too.
Okay, I don't know if I have any good ones. So I'm just gonna color code the ones that have like the fancy headdresses. I'll just mark them with a different color. Okay. So, coming ahead, let me see your stealth rolls. So Catgut, Kraken, you both are being fairly sneaky. Godric and Zed, as you're kind of moving along, there's clanking as you're making. Oops, did I just put you on the wrong one? Yeah, I did.
Well,
there you go.
If I'm not stealthy, then I've got my backup. He will kind of just like, if he's not stealthy enough, he'll walk right out. It's like, "Aren't you done loading yet?" In his most commanding voice in Goblin.
Okay. Go ahead and roll your choice of intimidation, or you can also roll persuasion.
Deception.
Oh, that works too.
If he's trying to be like, as if he's in charge, newly sent by said king.
Okay. Coming up, both of these two, the green guys, they're kind of wearing more armor, almost like a Roman style armor with the headdress and stuff, except it's got like different types of like fur, and it's not super awesome. The grunts are wearing like some armor and stuff, and they've got their swords and stuff, but they're working. It looks like they're moving stuff over from one to the other. And they all kind of snap to attention and look as you're coming down through the passageway, and you being bugbears, they look kind of flustered and be like, "Oh no, what's going on?" And he kind of runs ahead. "Hey, who are you?" These goblins all kind of shrink back.
Since Godric is making a big fuss, can Catgood like actually sneak around without being noticed?
Yes, with your stealth, you're able to kind of move freely as he's drawing the attention. This guy comes over a little bit.
Dare question my authority? He's gonna draw his rapier and stab the guy.
Okay, roll an attack.
So would he get surprise attack since he's probably not expecting him to stab him?
Roll an initiative and we'll just compare and see.
Alright, let's see.
Okay, no, he backpedals, so you can still roll your attack, but it's not going to be a sneak attack.
Alright.
Okay, who am I missing?
I was sent by the king. You do not question authority.
Sorry. Kraken, can I get your initiative too?
Oh, I didn't think I was in this fight yet, but okay.
Well, we're gonna need it. They'll tell
I
you
mean,
right now.
like we're gonna be doing things while someone's gonna get pummeled full of holes.
Okay, so go ahead and you made your attack. That's a 16. That will not hit the captain. He's able to kind of backpedal and then kind of reaches for his own sword, and it's like, "No, I'm in charge here." And then that's going to go to him. So he goes on the 16. So all the mook goblins, these ones start going 1, 2, 3, and they're like hiding around the pillar. They start to run away a little bit. These mook goblins also start running over to the mine carts. The captain goblin starts to actually come over to try to see what's going on. And pulling out his sword. And you rolled a really good deception, so he's not going to attack you. But in that case, he's only going to go there. If he's not going to attack, he's not going to get that close. But he kind of hangs out. Kraken, what are you doing?
If I was Goblin or could speak Goblin, he would add his deception to try to help, but he's not, so he tries sneaking along this way. He'll try sneaking over here along these things.
Okay. And you rolled a stealth already, and I think you rolled, was it the 20 or the 15?
The 15.
Okay, yeah, so your stealth. As soon as you get over there, you can see this is just a giant pit that, again, just falls down. Like, there's no... it's as far as you can see, just black darkness. Go ahead. These minecarts look to seem like they have quite a bit of loose gold and treasures and stuff. There's some gems, there's some armor and weapons. Just kind of, there's some artwork, but they don't seem to be like focused on that type of thing. It looks like they've been mostly getting the shinies. There looks to be quite a bit.
All right.
Okay, Godric.
I was sent here by the king because you lot are taking too long.
Okay. Go ahead and you already passed a deception. Go ahead and roll an intimidation next.
Intimidation.
Okay. he's even though he's like his hands on his sword and you just tried to stab him, he's starting to look like fearful, and he like backpedals a little bit further away to try. But it looks like he's now starting to cower down. Like, no, we're doing what we were told. Zed.
I'm going to attempt to sneak over here as well. Move here.
Okay. As you are moving in, the goblins over here by the minecart start to like squawk, and in Goblin, the other people say, over there, chicken dinner.
Chicken dinner, is that what you said?
In Goblin, that's
Nope.
what they say.
Not
Would
that you
Zeke
guys can hear it.
understand that.
Where?
Um,
Catgut's gonna chuckle a little bit at the chicken dinner, but
Gonna Zeke give them a death stare.
you can see that they've seen you. But what is Catgut doing?
okay. So Catgut is going to take advantage of the fact that these guys haven't seen him yet, and he's gonna walk up to this fellow right here, very quietly. And since he hasn't seen him, he's going to make. First, he'll get angry, and then he's going to attack him.
Okay. How many rages do you get before a short rest?
So this is
Okay.
my last rage.
Okay. Go for
I've been
it.
saving it. So he's going to attack the guy right here.
Yeah.
Go for it.
So I did 23 damage.
Oh my goodness.
And,
my scroll is like way far away. Okay, now I see. Yeah, you definitely hit. That is 23 points. Okay, you bring him to his knees as you almost like shank him, but he's still up, barely.
hold on, I need to calculate how much movement I used. I was there, and then I moved here, and then I moved here. Okay. So, and then he's going to go stand over here. And since he's raging, Godric has advantage on all attack rolls against
Okay.
people around him.
Okay. Immediately, the goblins react. These four start charging towards Zed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then as their actions, they will all draw their weapons. And they don't really have... As a bonus action, they will take... It's actually... Is it a bonus action to draw a weapon or no? Or is it an
It's
action?
a free action.
To act with an object, which you can
Okay.
do as part of a movement or an action.
So they will take their move, and their action will be to take the dodge action as they are kind of like bouncing towards you, like hopping from left to right in a kind of serpentine line. The other goblins are going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and they're going to hustle and dash and start to all clamber into this one. So they're all starting
No,
get in.
no.
This one, he is going to disengage and start to run. 1, 2, actually, he would just make, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This guy is going to try to attack Catgut. 1, 2, 3, and slice back at him. You took to kill me today. And then he slices at you.
Catgut's just gonna kind of look down at it like, was that the best you could do? That's sad.
Pretty much. Kraken.
They're running away with my treasure. So, 10 feet. I can get somewhere around there. Can I hit with? Can I move up here and use it my whip?
Move your token and let me see from where once it's been moved. Yes, that's 10 feet. You can do it.
Oh, that's too far. So it'd
Yeah.
be more. No, I was heal though. So actually, I'd be one back.
So that would be just out of range.
Okay, well, then, unfortunately, I'm going to move up over here. I'll use a double move. And I don't think I'm not a monk, so I can't just use my. Unless I hit with an attack, I can't just initiate a grapple.
So no bonus actions that you can do then, really?
Not unless I've attacked first. So, and I didn't. So, yeah, I think that's all I can do.
Okay, then that goes to Godric.
And he's going to continue his act. So come up to about here. You see, because you lot were taking so long, I had to bring my own crew. Meaning, we have to dispatch you now. And he, just hits this one with the rapier.
Okay.
With advantage, by the way.
With advantage. So I'll throw a sneak attack on the advantage one. So that's 17 to hit.
That's going to hit. Pretty much.
So
He had 4 hit points. How do you want to kill him? Or sorry, he had 7 hit points. How do you want to kill him?
Basically, just kind of gives a slight turn and puts the rapier right in the forehead between the eyes.
Okay, yeah. He crumbles to the ground. He is dead.
And he'll just take another step forward. Now, we can't exactly let you leave. But we could also bring you into my service, if you wish. And he's saying all this in Goblin.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to live, that is.
He's starting to run, but as you say that, he looks. He's gonna take a reaction to take his perception check to try to survey the area, which is what, wisdom. Okay, yeah. So he looks around, and kind of all he would see is really Kraken at this point, and then he's starting to measure his odds. Roll a persuasion check. With advantage due to the situation.
Okay. Persuasion with advantage. Thank you, advantage.
Okay. Yeah, he seems to be kind of stopping and kind of looking over. Maybe it's better to serve you instead type thing. Zed, what do you do?
I'm going to walk right here, point all of them, and say, "You all die now." And walk up to here and stab this one with my spear.
Okay. Okay, yeah, that's going to kill him.
Then I'm going to use my key to punch this one twice.
Okay. That's a 21 to hit. Yeah, that's going to hit. He's not dead. The 15 just hits, and your talons rake across his face. He dies.
And I look at these two and say, "You're next," smiling.
Okay. Catgut.
Catgut heard what Godric said, but he doesn't really feel like Godric is a great judge of character, so he's going to kill this goblin regardless. I don't get surprise attack, but he still does get sneak attack. So he'll attack recklessly. For 13 damage.
Okay. That is going to hit, and 13 will wound him. He is not down.
Okay.
Their turn. So you coming up on them, Kraken, the front two are going to jump off the tracks and go down 1, 2, 3, 4. Then all together, they are going to try to lift you up. It is going to be a grapple check, however, this is their squad action. So they will get quite a big bonus to it, unfortunately.
Okay, no
So-
problem.
Roll opposed grapples.
Alright, let's see.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
And I'm going to fine. There's a 24.
Ooh. So if they're attacking you, and it matches, that would be
Defender always wins.
Let's go to attacker, I believe.
No, defender always wins.
for
if
grapples.
the
I think for grapples it is. So
But can I? Does that mean can I introduce? Can I continue to grapple with them, which is be winning it, or?
well, yeah, they're literally like grabbing you by like the legs and like the chest and trying to lift you up above them. And so they probably give a little bit of air for you, but then you kind of sink back down, regain your footing, and if you want to try to maintain the grapple,
I would happily
then-
be maintaining the grapple if I can.
yeah. So that'll kind of kick in on your turn then, but that's what they're trying to do, is to lift you up basically. Such nice goblins. The captain here, having been stabbed by Catgut, looks to Godric. He is going to reach into his belt and pull out a bugle, and he's gonna shout in Goblinese, "For the king!" And then he's going to blow on the bugle. He's then going to throw the bugle on the ground and swing at Catgut.
Yeah, he's got advantage.
Oh, I'm
on
sorry,
that.
I couldn't have rolled that D8. 'Cause I'm not initiating it, so I would technically be grappled. Have
Okay.
my dice back.
So you can keep the superior dice. If that's the case with a 24 against 18, they would lift you up and kind of unceremoniously hoist you above their heads, and then go 1, 2, 3, 4, and I think that's their limit because 2 of them have moved 2 squares already.
That's okay. They're grappling the grappler, so it's not going to end well for them.
It could get, I think actually you probably will have the upper hand, but you're in a precarious situation, I will tell you that much. Okay, so then the bugler bugled. The critical hit does 4 plus 6 is 10 damage on Catgut as he like slices across your midsection.
So
Clearly
that
you're
could
still
take
up.
5.
Yes, you're raging, so that's halved. And then before they go, no, actually no, it would be another round at least. So the bugle echoes into the tunnel. Kraken.
No, I should double check reading this, but I believe all 4 of them take one damage.
Do you have what is the ability?
It's grappling fighting style or unarmed fighting style. Fighter. Unarmed fighting is my fighting style. At the start of each of your turns, you can deal 1d4 bludgeoning damage to a 1 creature grappled by.
Okay. So I will put it on, I guess, the top guy, if that's, unless you want to try to do it to the bottom guy. You can choose which one, really. So
No, I'm gonna try turning the tables on them and punch one of them, and then. So yeah, punch one of them. There's a 23 hit.
20. Yes, it definitely hits.
Okay, and I haven't pulled on my weapon out yet, so I'm still doing d8s for my unarmed. So
Which one are you punching?
one of these ones closest to the pit.
Okay. You crack his skull open and he just thuds down underneath you, which brings your leg now kind of has foothold on the ground, if that's, even though they're like grabbing you by the arm and the other legs.
Can I
Yeah.
initiate with a bonus action initiate grapple with this one?
Okay. Yep.
Okay, and
Now,
so
because they are still in formation, they still get to use their squad attack or squad grapple. Okay, looks like you're successful though.
27. I don't think they're gonna grapple me with a 27.
Nope, you're able to break free and kind of get your feet back on the ground and kind of lift him up if you want.
Yep. No, I don't. Oh, I don't use my action to punch, so I can't just like toss him in the pit yet.
Not yet. Not yet. Godric.
Oh, what a shame. You just sealed your own death.
Yeah, you didn't.
Yeah, 20.
So with your sneak attack, so that's 2d6 plus a d8, so that's automatically going to be 20 points of damage on the crit plus whatever the damage is. That's going to be enough to kill him.
Just right through his back.
Okay. Yeah. Cat, you see the blade pop out from the front, and his head lolls down, and he sags and drops down to his knees, dead.
She didn't actually think I was going to recruit him, did you?
Catgut's just gonna kind of look at you like, I don't assume anything anymore.
Fair enough.
That brings us to Zeed.
I will move right here and stab him with my spear.
Okay, yep. That's not going to hit, actually.
I will use my key to try to punch him twice.
Okay. 14's gonna miss. 21 is gonna hit, and I don't know, a 6 out of 7. Has 7 hit points. I'm going to just say like you claw him in the balls, and he like drops down. His eyes go cross-eyed. He's like, and I believe that's your turn. So that would go to Catgut next.
Just back up this guy's horn because, you know, he wants to keep a memento. The guy who actually did damage to him. And he's gonna run over here and attack this goblin.
Okay.
Actually, wait, which goblin is not being held?
The two next to you.
Holding this one took 1 damage from earlier.
Okay, so you're holding which one, Kraken?
That one right there.
Okay, so yeah, he'll attack this one then. With a reckless. Recklessly.
Okay. Yeah, how do you kill him?
He just stabs him through the eye.
Okay. Yeah, the formation's broken now at this point. There's one kind of like squished against the cart and you, and then the other one's being held by Kraken. There's whooping and hollering coming from the mine shaft, as now you have not 1, but 2 more carts racing down at full speed. Unfortunately, they did not plan successfully for the end of the road and coming in at high speeds. Smack. This one cracks through the barrier and then smack.
Oh no! Not the treasure!
This one goes plummeting down. However, the goblins immediately start jumping out of the mine carts. Again, hooping and hollering and rah rah rah. And then that is their turn. They all have weapons free already. The other goblins, one of them is going to try to stab Kraken in the leg to try to make you drop his friend.
Alright.
It's going to miss. The other one is going to squirm and try to climb out of your grapple, so that's going to be opposed checks. And this is not enough. He's still captured by you. So that's their turn. The 2 over by Zed or sorry, Zed, are going to try to squirm around you and then attack you. This is the balls guy. So he rolls an 18 for 6. And then the guy whose full health is 0 does not hit you. That is their turn. Kraken.
The one I'm grappling takes 3 damage.
Okay.
And
Did
if
he
I
take any
can-
damage before? I didn't mark any damage down on him.
No, he didn't, because
Okay.
I did the 1 damage to him.
Right. Okay, yeah. So he's still up.
Now, can I throw him in the pit from the air, or do I need to move?
You can try to make a strength check to throw. That'd be basically about a 10-foot throw.
Can I move heel and then move him heel? So I'm not. I'm kind of like move into the space where. Move into that space, so I'm not provoking an attack opportunity from him, and then just toss him that way.
Yeah, roll a strength athletics check.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah, he clings on, and like even though you're trying to chuck him, his hands are wrapped around your wrists, and even though you like throw him like a weight.
My treasure. Is that taking up? Is throwing him take my action?
Yep.
I would say yeah.
Okay.
So that'd be Godric next.
Alright. He clears his throat. You lot who just arrived! And his best commanding goblin. Commander in Goblin. For amongst you have been secretly working for me. I won't tell you which. But they'll betray you if you're not careful. I'm gonna roll deception.
Okay. And what are you trying to deceive them to do? Like turn on each other?
Exactly.
Okay. Is that your turn?
And we'll, let's see. Still got this guy there. So I'm gonna shoot this guy with the bow.
Okay. That's gonna nail him in the head. He kind of slumps down to the ground. Is that your turn? Okay, presume that's your turn. Okay, Zed?
So the one I did not hit yet, I'm going to stab him with my spear.
Okay. Oh,
Try
that's
to.
that's a miss, unfortunately.
And the one that's like 1 health left, I'll just do a regular punch.
Okay, how do you kill him?
Straight through his skull. And pull out his brain.
Okay. Yeah, there's a big juicy organ in there, and you just kind of let it drop to the ground or squeeze it, and it oozes.
I would have loved to see the chicken kill him, but oh well.
Yeah, you do still have Sparky.
I forgot that to attack, or I forgot to attack with him.
You can make him attack. It's just a chicken. He can have his own like turn. It's just right after yours.
Could he?
Yeah, at least for my game, I don't care.
I want to take a chance he dies. Heck, why not? Sparky will jump in. He will attempt to claw at him.
Is that the D20?
Chickens.
If so, it's not going to be enough. So cat.
So Catgut, after hearing Godric's little speech there, gets the idea, and he's going to look at the goblin directly in front of him and be like, "Ah, it's good to see you again, Bob!" And then attack the one behind him.
You may roll deception at advantage.
Alright. See here.
Okay. Okay.
Oh my god, your name's Bob? You've been lying to me my entire life.
Goblins, only the goblins hear this. But then he's gonna attack the one behind him with a reckless attack.
Okay. Okay, that's going to kill him, I think. That's 6 plus 6, right?
Yep.
He dead. Okay, that's your turn.
Yep. That's my
Okay.
turn.
So the new squads get to go first. This one's like, wait, what? And then he is going to try to like grapple you, but the other two in his squad will need to make wisdom saves, I guess, insights.
Yep.
They are so confused they do not help him, so he is going to roll a grapple without any bonus. And he like grabs onto your leg, but nothing happens. The other two are going to run towards Godric because they can see you've killed their commander. And that's an attack of opportunity if you wish.
Yeah, I will.
Fine.
And since I'm still attacking recklessly.
They're gonna loop you and throw javelins. Okay, that's gonna kill one of them.
Yep.
It's like right here. It's just out of your reach. The other guy is gonna throw his javelin at Godric. That's gonna miss. And then the other squad is going to go here. And they're going to squad grapple Bob. Will someone roll 1d8, 1d20 plus 8 for me?
Sure.
They lift up Bob. And then they haven't moved yet, so they have 6 squares. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And that's going to attack of opportunity if you want, Eric. They throw Bob down.
No. I won't stop them. He's always knocked out.
Oh no, Bob!
The only other goblins from the other one's grappled with you. He's gonna try to jujitsu, like kind of try to trade spots with you. Opposed actually no. If he's doing the grapple, he has to roll strength, doesn't he?
If he's yeah.
Well, that's 16, and
Oh,
then
Take my grapple.
okay. Well, he's trying to swap places with you. So he's maintaining the grapple because that's kind of what their thing is, but he's trying to make it so you're down here and he's up there, kind of rotate positions, like wrestling almost. I don't think he doesn't take damage till your turn, right?
Yeah.
Okay. The other one down there is going to look from Zeed to Sparky. Zeed, will you roll an intimidation check to see if he thinks you're more threatening than the delicious-looking chicken? Okay. He thinks the chicken looks more yummy, so he is going to try to pick up the chicken with a grapple. Will you please roll
Should the chicken do opposing?
oppose dexterity or strength?
I'll do dexterity with him. Where'd it go? Oh, that's just a d20 plus it.
Yep.
Oh no.
He picks up Sparky and he says, "Yummy, yummy chicken dinner!" in Goblin, and he's gonna run away. So attack of opportunity from Zeed.
Yes. I will stab him with my spear and then
6.
punch him twice.
Well, attack of opportunity would be one action, so it'd be your attack.
Well, then can I still use my bow? Can I use a bonus roll with the martial?
No.
I don't believe so. No, it has to be just the attack. I don't even know if
Yeah.
I'd have to look it up, but I don't think if you have 2 attack actions, I don't think you can even use both of them. I think it's literally
Yeah.
one attack.
Yeah, it's just an opportunity check, so.
Oh, and you do 6 points. He's still up with 1 hit point. So he makes a run for the minecart with the chicken.
I hope the chicken kills him on next turn. You stab him, the chicken fights back.
Kraken,
Well, I don't-
yeah, you can roll your damage for a grapple.
3 damage to him.
Oh, he's 1 health left. He's still up, but yeah, what do you do?
I try to switch. I wanna. He only has 1 health left. Do I want to punch one of these guys, or take him out more? No, I think he will. But there's still a squad. This guy would be grappling me individually. So, but we're still in the midst of grappling. I don't know if I can attack him.
You can attack other people. You just can't like move if you're grappled.
Okay, well then I will try to punch the one next to me here.
Okay.
Does a 16 hit?
Yep, that hits.
I will use my superiority dice and do the trip attack. So that is 8.
He's
That's
dead.
7 damage from that. Oh, okay.
You, by tripping him, like you stick out your leg, but he's short, and you put your boot in his
So I
face, and he
don't
drops.
don't even have to roll my regular damage. And then I guess, can I, even though he's grabbing me, can I introduce a grapple with him?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Yeah, do you have anything in your free hand?
No.
Then yes, you can. You just need a free hand to grapple. So you can
But
have
if-
2 grapples, but you can't really.
I feel like that would give him at the very least disadvantage. That seems
Okay.
kind of strange.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, yeah, I guess if you have 2 hands, you're not holding a weapon yet, so he's got you kind of by one hand if you want to try to grab another with your other.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll try to grab one of the other goblins.
Okay, well, they do act as a unit, so you are still successful. You grab one of them.
Okay, I'm maybe at the edge of the pit, but I've so I got 2 fighting off this guy with one hand, fighting off this guy with the other. Alright, and I'm done.
It's Godric's turn.
All right. Lad, you don't know what you just did. Rapier once again. And stab. Minus
Okay.
the 2.
Yeah,
So 5.
he dodges, ducks him out of the way.
Players just throw it again. James, why would you be attacking me like that? I thought we were friends! And Goblin as loud as he can for the others to hear.
Okay. Zed. Or actually, if you want to roll a deception check, you can.
A what?
Sorry, Zed, Godric, roll your deception. And then Zed.
Could my chicken attack first?
Yeah, if you want.
Oh.
Okay. He's being held at arm's length, and his claws are like not able to touch anything.
So I'm gonna fly 55 feet. And stab him.
Okay. Okay, that kills him. Sparky is free.
Taking napping.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, just move and finishing the move. Okay. Cat dead.
Okay, so seeing as so Kekat's gonna move over here. Place himself right about here, and he's going to be like, he'll look at the one over here and be like,
Snot, I thought we were friends.
Roll your deception.
Oh,
I love this game.
is it still with advantage, or is it just a
No,
regular?
not this one.
Just a regular? Okay.
Yep.
Deception.
Okay. So you moved, and anything else?
He is going to stab at the one that Kraken is holding. So this one.
Okay, yeah, go for it.
Okay. Let's see. Rapier.
That's not
Oh.
enough.
Ah.
Snot like almost like reaches out to like stop you. No! No! It is the reinforcements goblin's turn. What'd you call this guy?
Games.
James is going to disengage and go 1, 2, 3, 4, kneel down, pick up the bugle from this captain, look at Godric with despise, and blow on it. And he's going to shout, "For the king!" These ones are going to, this one's grappled with Kraken, so the unit kind of is going to move to try to grapple you back and throw you in the pit. So if you can roll opposed athletics.
Ooh.
There's 3 of them left, so that's a 16. So they are going to shove you off. With that, I need you to roll a dexterity saving throw.
That's not great.
All those D20s have come back.
The Kraken begins to fall down into the blackness in slow motion, like reaching up. This goblin, you were grappling him actually. Go ahead and roll with advantage on the reflex because you had him grappled, not him you. So you actually will get a chance to like tug him. Okay. What the heck? That's like 7 natural 20s this game. So with a pass, I was gonna have you hanging out onto like the edge by him. With a natural 20, you flip him over you and you're hanging onto the edge and he goes,
Go get my treasure!
so that's their turn. They all used the grapple action. So that's one more round. So Kraken, you're hanging.
Pull myself up. And
Okay.
back up here, and
So first roll the athletics. Okay, yep, you're able to pull yourself up like Obi-Wan Kenobi in The Phantom Menace. You just like whoosh, jump up.
hunt this one.
Okay. Yeah, roll damage.
Let's see.
Ooh, still up.
6 damage, and then initiate and then grab this guy here.
Okay. So is that a post grapple still?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you grab him. Now, Godric, your turn.
He shakes his head. Ah, what a shame. And still somehow misses.
This guy dodges, he bobs and weaves, ducks and dodges everywhere, trying to avoid getting stabbed. Is there anything else?
Not much else I can do on this turn.
Okay. Zed. Roll a perception check.
Alrighty then.
Okay. I think actually, even with a 10, because they're not being quiet, you can hear hoops and hollers of more goblins being summoned with the bugle.
Question, which one of these guys are damaged?
Hold on, I mean the wrong.
This would be alright.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna have Sparky move first. He's gonna move 25 feet. And scratch him.
Okay. Go ahead and roll your attack. Okay, that's going to kill him. You have 1 hit point.
Yes! The chicken gets a kill!
How does that work?
And Zed will move up here and stab him.
Yeah, that's gonna kill another one. He's dead.
And Zed to punch him twice.
Okay. That's gonna hit too. For 5 damage is not gonna kill him, but he's dead now. Yeah, he's dead. It's this flurry of blows, scratch, 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 and they're all dead, crumple down at your feet. That leaves Catgut.
That's gonna like shout at the dead Snot and be like, "No, not Snot! He was so young." And
You can have inspiration. Oh my gosh, this is amazing.
going to run over here, and this was James, right? He's like, "James Snot is dead," and he'll stab him.
Godric, you can also have inspiration for instigating this mess. This is amazing.
May I add that my character is neutral evil, so he's just enjoying every minute of this chaos?
Yeah, it looks like Catgut guts James, who drops down, the bugle clattering to the floor.
You shouldn't have betrayed us, James.
There's no one left to hear it, but you can have fun with it.
Okay.
He's
There's
gonna be mad when those are really important.
so
Kraken wants to dump this out.
it's not your turn, unfortunately.
Oh, what?
The bugle of summoning has been blown, and it is now their arrival's turn. There's 2 more cards of goblins.
No.
You guys did
don't
stop
know what
James. So they come in careening at full speed. Wham. This one goes off the edge. Wham.
Oh, no.
This one goes off the edge. And these ones are up here.
I
And
mean, on
once
the bright side, we have somebody who can fly.
Catgut's just gonna kind of look at Godric like, well, I guess the king's not gonna be happy with you a lot.
That's exactly what I was afraid of. I wanted to dump it out here before the reinforcements arrive.
there's one turn, and the next turn is when they spawn. So, unfortunately, that one's gone. But the goblins used their turn to jump out, and it is now. Actually, this one's useless. Kraken's turn.
You dumped my treasure! 30 feet. Yeah, I can make it there. Whip attack. Is a
Okay,
15
that-
hit?
Yeah, it does.
Alright, this time okay, so whip is the D6 plus 3 because I'm using the new nice whip. And 6 damage, and then he can use a disarming attack. So he is going to do 6 more damage, and if he's not dead, his weapon gets pulled out of his hand.
Yeah, he doesn't even have a weapon. Would you? Actually, no, they have scimitars. My mistake. Yes, they do have a weapon. So you kill him. He drops to the ground.
He resist, but yeah, if he's dead, the weapon just swung out of his hand.
For one quick question that I got from Zed, your key points used flurry of blows 3 times since your short rest, if I remember correctly.
That, unfortunately, is my last superior dice.
Okay, so that brings us to Godric.
He'll use his long reach to pick up the horn, and then just hiding a grin, he turns and he starts walking towards these guys. And in his his commander voice, "Do you not have any idea what you've just done? The king is going to be very disappointed in every single one of you. Which one of you is to blame for this mess?"
You can roll a deception check. Okay, they all kind of like pause for a moment. Are you doing anything else?
"Because of you lot, the treasure has fallen into the pit. I expect each of you to go collect it."
Okay. Yeah, they look visibly stunned. Zed.
I guess me and Sparky will move out of the way for the goblins all to just jump off the cliff.
Okay, Catgut.
Catgut has seen these goblins get confused before and has been attacked by them, so he doesn't believe like this will last very long. So he will take advantage of their confusion to move over here.
Use
And
your
he's
whip,
going-
like Slave Master.
Huh? I
Use the whip.
could, but I don't need to use my whip. I'm a dick, and so he'll be like, he'll turn to, let's say, this goblin, and he's like, I'm looking at the names. Keith, they killed James. James and Snot both died. What are we going to do? And then he'll attack this one over here.
Okay, roll your attack. And you can roll a deception as well.
Yep. So you'll use the inspiration dice for the deception. Not that it helped. It's worth a shot. And then he'll stab the one in the back with a reckless.
Okay. That's going to be enough to kill him. Yeah. Okay. Their turn. Looking confused, frightened, looking at Catgut and then Godric, they're going to shout to Godric, "Yeah, we'll get it. Let me just take care of this guy first." Then they're a group of 6, so they're going to try to grapple Catgut.
Okay.
Oops.
21.
Okay.
Ah.
So they swarm around you, pick you up, and let me. Cannot seem to do it right. I'm gonna delete the dead bodies so I don't copy them on accident.
You deleted Snot!
Yes, he's.
No.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then. Yeah, they're moving in a unit, so that's their turn. Next up is Kraken.
I'll go up to one of these ones here who had Catgut and let's see, we'll do a punch this time.
Yeah,
It's with
really,
advantage.
really, it's like this. There we go.
All attacks against them are with advantage, boys.
Okay, that hits.
Actually, no, I am not using 2 hands at the moment, so I'm only doing a d6 for my damage. Okay. 8, but then I'll grab him and pull him out of the. Oh, he's dead. Okay.
Yep. It's just, these guys have 7 hit points.
So I punch him and then grab this one out of the grapple.
Okay. Do you have to be? Can you move closer?
Oh, yeah, I could move further.
Yeah. Perfect. Okay. Godric.
10, 15. 10 eye stunner! I will take care of this when you get your asses down that pit and collect that treasure now! And he's going to shank the one in the back. Like, basically, like he's swinging his daggers.
Do you
at
want
them,
to
like-
use like inspiration? That's so bad. You're having terrible rolls. Eric,
Actually-
give him some of your rolls.
I will go ahead and use my inspiration.
Oh my goodness. If you want to roll physical dice, you can. Oh my gosh. But no, that fails. What the goblins would shout back, and he's like, "But sir, it's the black hole. We can't go down there."
Eye stunner!
Roll an intimidation.
Bob went down.
And you're like sweeping your dagger. Like, yeah.
Goblin.
Zed.
I'm gonna yell up to Godric, translate for me. I'm gonna say, what are you fools doing right now? You have a job to do. You knocked both things of treasure into the ground. If you don't put him down and jump, I will flay each of you, feed you to the god of fowls, and laugh as you are all burning on a fire.
Godric, do you want to take your reaction to translate that?
He will say it in his commander voice.
Yep. It's incredibly intimidating to them. I will not even make you roll. But if that's Zed's turn, or are you doing anything else? Sounds like that's about it.
Sorry, I was saying Sparky would walk up next to him,
Okay.
look at the goblins and start to drool.
Catgut. You are being hoisted up like you're wave surfing, crowd surfing, except they are not very nice.
So Catgut will kind of like look over at this one right here and be like, Janet, it's been and then he'll stab the one in front of him.
Okay.
So see, rapier 13.
No, it's not gonna hit. You want to roll your
Okay.
deception?
Okay, deception. This will not be with advantage, but I'll just.
Yeah, that's pretty darn good though. Okay, that's their turn. They're going to continue to try to pull you, even Janet. Would you like to roll your opposed grapple?
Yep.
And there's 5 of them, so let's...
Damn it.
Okay. They are going to throw you over. It's like a 1, 2, and then toss you over. Roll a dexterity saving throw. You catch the ledge with your long, linky arms, only to see. I need you to roll 1d20 plus 2 for me.
1d20 plus 2. So,
Janet
17.
lets out a screech as she's hoisted up, and they shout, "Traitor, go get the treasure!" And she goes,
Oh, Janet, no! Catgut just shouts that over.
okay, Kraken.
Technically, this one couldn't have moved.
Oh, that's right. I think there's 2 or more than a 2 difference though, so they would still would have been.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah.
Like, he does not know all this name stuff going on, so he's just going to punch this one.
Oh, does it do automatic damage to you for being grappled by you?
Oh yeah, the automatic damage is 3.
Okay. So yeah, you hit with your attack too. So if you do more than 4, he's dead.
All right, and then if I can, I would like to pick him up and then throw him.
Okay. Yeah, just take your movement and then you just chuck him over the edge.
Throw him like into this one.
Oh, into somebody. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. So Alma can roll a dexterity save. Ooh. Ooh. Okay. So you step down, chuck him. Godric.
Apparently, you don't know how to follow orders. And he's going to basically kick the goblin into the pit.
Okay, make basically an athletics check, grapple. Oh, he grabs you by the boot, and he's like, "No, Master, he's a good goblin. Don't kill him, he's a good goblin." And he's like balancing at the very end, teeter-tottering, while you're trying to kick him.
Then are you going to follow orders or not?
Mercy, spare me, please. Zed.
I will walk up to this one. Can I attempt to hit him? So I'm gonna punch him, then use martial to punch him again. I want to try to hit them so they both fall in if that's possible.
Okay. So, yeah, so I think if you hit him and kill him, which you just did, then yeah, you can then like kick him into the other one. So he will roll his dexterity save. But he sidesteps and the body just kind of whoosh.
Then I'll walk up and punch this one. Is that alright?
Mm-hmm. That's gonna miss.
It's with advantage. Catgut's still raging.
That's right.
Oh, advantage.
Try again. Ooh, that hits and claws him, but he's still up.
Can Sparky join in?
You can try. That's a fail.
With
And it-
advantage.
Kill.
With advantage. Didn't help.
Well, it's up to Catgut. This last
Catgut.
goblin, like dodging nimbly, balancing on the edge.
Catgut's going to go. Terry! And like grab this poor goblin by the ankle. Go with Janet! You need to save your wife!
they're all dudes too.
Try and pull Terry into the hole.
This is gonna be a brave attack save against trying to. Oh no! Yeah, he's like, what? No! Get down! And he's gonna try to like kick you off. So it's on his turn. Actually, are you raging still? Oh no,
Yeah,
you
I'm
did
still
roll with
raging.
advantage. You'd already did,
Yeah.
didn't you?
Yeah. So when that fails, Catgut's going to try and pull himself up.
Okay. Yeah. Roll an athletics. Okay. As you're coming up, he tries to stomp on your knuckles. Roll a dexterity saving throw. Actually, you wouldn't need to do that. He rolled really low. So he's like trying to stomp on you, and then he's gonna look up and he sees Kraken coming.
Kraken is just going to grab him. Well, I'll use the punch first too, but he's not going to try to punch him into the pit. He's going to try to punch him.
He's got 2 health. How do you want to kill him?
I punch him and unconscious, and then shove him down the ground, throw manacles on him.
Okay, so you're keeping him alive and unspoiled. Okay, combat is over except for Catgut. You're hanging down. What do you do? Or does anyone?
Keket's gonna try and pull himself out.
Okay, yeah, I'd say yeah, you're able definitely to kind of hoist yourself up.
Oh, we can't go back, so
I
We
don't
lost
understand
we lost probably over half the treasure to those idiots.
that. I
What
don't have
about
a hold
can't fly, can't they?
How deep is it?
It's an infinite.
Oh, there's no names. I can't ask how deep it is. He doesn't know. I knew that was going on.
How attached are you to those manacles?
Suppose I could get more, but they're very useful for capturing prisoners.
If we lose them, I'll buy you a new pair. He picks up the goblin and holds him up in the pit. Now, how deep do you think this pit is? He says to the goblin in Goblin.
He's
While
unconscious.
holding- Oh, he's unconscious?
Yeah.
Oh.
He's got a knocked tooth. His teeth are knocked out, and he's bleeding from his like nose and eye, and like yeah, he's all beat up and head hanging unconscious.
He's not dead, but I don't really know much about medicine to wake him up.
God, just start. We'll try to slap him awake.
Trying to
So,
roll a medicine check via slapping. Okay, so you can bring him to, but he's like on death's door at the same time.
In Goblin, how deep do you think this pit is, Terry?
The black hole goes on forever. Is he still manacled?
Yeah.
He's gonna try to incite Godric to see if he's about to get killed. And with an 8, he is most likely going to make an assumption, which is probably fair to say, that he thinks he's about to get killed. What do you do?
I'm not Terry. How deep do you think the pit is?
He's going to try to reach out and grab you and throw his weight backwards into the pit. Roll a dexterity saving throw. Okay, yeah. You can dislodge him.
He's going to just kind of like toss him over here to the side, and he's going to pull out some rope.
My manacles.
So if
He's
you're,
not in the pit yet.
no, so he tried to like throw himself back and like take you with him, but you were able to free himself, but he's still falling.
Keket's gonna poke him while he's falling. Get that stab out.
Okay.
Just wants to be
Going
nice.
to, like, have a rope
Wants
tied
him-
to the manacles.
What?
Because I was going to have a rope tied to the manacles.
We didn't do it in time though.
Yeah, but like, basically strap him in.
Yeah, he's dead.
Whole Batman thing.
Keket just mercy kills the poor goblin.
I guess
Say
look for
hi to
Godric.
Janet for me when you get down there.
Well, we can either see how deep the pit is itself and try to recover what treasure we can, or you can go with what we have here.
Go with what we have here, but to cut our losses.
Yeah. As you go over to the pile Kraken, you getting there first, I'd like you to roll an investigation.
I have a negative intelligence, but I took skill investigation, so
Okay.
No.
There's still a
Hmm.
buttload of treasure over here.
Do you guys want?
Since he's over there first, anything that looks particularly like he would like?
So, I mean, there's lots of gold. There are several jewels. There is a very fine set of splint armor. There is a very finely crafted longsword. And then there is also there's 2 rubies, which are 300 gold value. And there is 4 diamonds worth 100 gold value. And then loose gold.
Nothing particularly stands out as particularly nice. And we would try a sleight of hand one of the rubies away. No one got a good look at the treasure.
I think I said 300 gold for those rubies. It's supposed to be 300.
You had a 14 to try a sleight of hand one of the rubies away before someone got a good look at the treasure.
Okay. I will go ahead and just say out of character, the holes are bottomless pits. There's no recovery available from those.
Damn.
So those are the items besides the gold. So as you're kind of coming over and trying to divvy it up, you would find that there is 3,000 gold pieces, and then plus those items.
Well, I'm going to use the sword as much. Splint mail is not going to be much better than what I have, I don't think.
Split mail is armor class 17, strength required 15, and it's heavy armor.
Oh, it's heavy armor. Yeah.
I cannot use that.
If you wanted to sell it, looks like it's a very finely crafted dwarven chest piece, basically, or suit. The helmet, which kind of attaches to it, kind of looks almost out of like a samurai, except it's it's dwarvish looking. It's got kind of that face mask of like the snarled person.
So we agree. We all agree on the 750 a person for the gold.
Sure.
Sure. Catgut's gonna pick up the longsword.
Okay. Yeah, this is a dwarvish weapon. It's a longsword, but it's almost more like that of a cleaver. It's one-edged, so it's a chopping weapon, but also in a point at the end, so you can still stab. But it's definitely designed for swinging. It is +1 attack, +1 damage, and considered magical.
Okay. But it's not a finesse weapon.
It's a longsword, so
Yeah, I know.
yeah.
Yeah, so it's not. It's just. He's gonna. He'll take it just because he can use it.
So, okay, assuming no one else saw the can swipe that, which I'm guessing no one has said something. So he would say it's like, all right, so we got 1 large ruby, 4 diamonds, and a fine suit of armor.
Good. So you take the ruby.
Well, I'll also take the armor if there's no objections.
All right. So, and then you got the long sword. I'll take the diamonds. Did no one object? He's a pirate, I know, and most of my characters wouldn't do this, but this is one of my few characters that would try to steal.
Yeah. If you guys are sorted the loot, just let me know when you're done.
So, out of curiosity, what all was lost in those carts?
Like a bunch more gold.
he probably didn't actually calculate it because he had this planned.
Just out of character, theoretically, couldn't my character technically fly down, grab something, come back up? If it is falling infinitely, is he able to fly faster than it falls? Because he
No.
moves 120 feet a
No.
second.
No, it wouldn't. At the very bottom, because I mean, for it to actually be infinite, that doesn't technically make sense. So it's either would be a portal to the astral plane, or it'd be a sphere of annihilation at the bottom.
Could be the lava at the bottom.
Yeah, or that.
Yeah, that kind of achieves the same purpose, I suppose.
All right. So we didn't get as much as we were expecting, but we don't have any. But we still got to find a way out of here.
Well, we can't go back, so might as well go forward. So
It's
Cat
just
gets
where that they came from.
You want to go up this passageway?
Yep.
You want to take one of the goblin carts, or no?
Kekat's gonna take his bicycle. He's had some bad experiences with carts the last few times.
Unfortunately, yeah, we've had some bad experiences with the carts.
Okay. So as you proceed up, is there anything else you wanted to do down this in this room? Otherwise, we'll move on.
What are these things?
Just slabs of stone decoration.
Was there anything else?
I mean,
Interest
there's-
or do the bodies have anything on them?
yeah, the goblins all have miscellaneous swords and leather armors and stuff like that. However, if you wanted to try to take anything of value, you could roll a search check
Okay.
or investigation. So, Godric, you'd find that there's the two bugles, the captain's.
I did those.
Yep. So there's the second one then.
Well, the second one, Catgut's carry. Yeah.
Okay. Out of that, there is a combined total of 107 gold scattered amongst many bodies that are still there.
$25, 26 each? 20.
If you want to do even math, that's
Okay.
26 and 7 silver, 5 copper.
So you said 26.
You can count Catgut out of that. He's kind of superstitious.
Okay, so 107 divided by 3. That's going to instead be 35 gold, 6 silver, 7 copper. For the bugle, are you both going to attune to the bugle as goblinoids?
Yeah, Catgut's gonna tune to it because he's thinks it's a friendly thing.
Okay. So
Not friendly. It's a trophy.
okay, so it would either use an attunement slot to work or not. It's up to you.
Gotcha, bro.
Catgut will as well.
Okay, so the goblin bugle will summon a squad of goblins. Since you're not full-on goblins, it will only summon 4.
Oh my god, that's so great.
These goblins can be used basically once, and then the item is broken and no longer usable. So you have 1 charge for it. When you summon them, they are goblin stats, and they are not necessarily on your side.
Okay.
Unless you start naming them.
So you have the ability to summon 4 goblins each, and once you use it, it's expired, and when you summon them, they're not necessarily friendly creatures.
Okay, so 1 charge.
Bugbears of any would have the best chance of.
Yeah, it does only would work for goblinoids of some sort, so half-orcs and bugbears. It's pretty much what it's limited to.
Basically, after you use, it's no longer magical.
Then it's just a horn. Yeah, after that it's just a horn that doesn't have any summoning
It's just a
abilities.
horn, I'll take it, no problem. It's like even after. So Dodger will actually load up one of the carts here with all the weapons and any decent armor that they armor that they're wearing into one of the carts and separate it from all the other carts so it's easier to push.
Okay.
So he's just taking all the weapons. He's like, might as well sell them for money.
Okay.
Worth the wait, but yeah, they could sell for something.
I mean, that's why he's using the cart.
But we don't want to be going too fast with that thing. Maybe we should just push it.
That's what he was going to do, is he was going to push it.
Okay.
So
So yeah, you can collect all those and start heading back towards the entrance. The last excerpt of this game is getting out, and that's going to be, again, a skill challenge. So everybody will, again, tell me what skill they would like to do to try to find the exit.
survival.
Okay. Okay. You begin working your way through this maze, trying to avoid any goblin nests and stuff. You get a little bit lost as you kind of lead through. That's one fail.
Could I attempt to stealth my way through?
Okay, you go in. Yeah, scout ahead, just being quiet and scouting ahead and stuff. Okay. You are able to kind of explore through some of these passageways. You find that some of them do indeed lead down to more like goblin caves and nests and hives. You avoid those successfully and kind of stealth your way past. That's one success.
The survival's been used, stealth has been used. Catgut is going to. Catgut is going to perception to make sure there aren't any like traps set by various goblins.
Okay.
Turn off advantage.
Okay, that's just a pass, barely. You actually do find some of goblin traps. There's one where it's kind of like, it looks like spider webs just kind of hanging down from the ceiling. It's like spider silk that you kind of get up to, and you realize that if you touch this, it's basically going to be like a warning sign, and it will summon one of their guard spiders. And so you're able to kind of avoid that, just barely kind of sneaking underneath the tendrils and kind of bypassing that chamber as well. That's another success.
Yes. Well, I would try. We're pushing that cart, and it's going to take some effort. So to move it, so athletics.
Okay. You get to a point where it's kind of gets to, like, you have to go off the trail if you're going to try to avoid some of these places that they found. So you have to end up unloading it, kind of bagging it, and like tying it together with rope and carrying it, and it's a pain to do. You have to abandon the cart. That's a failure, but you're still like maintaining your gear and everything. So it's 2 and 2.
Could I use acrobatics to try to help us sneak around like anything that's in the way?
Yeah, go ahead and roll acrobatics. Ooh, a natural 20. That's going to do it. So you get to a point where you think you even see an opening up ahead, exiting in out of the mine. So you climb up, kind of rock from rock to rock, and then kind of reaching up. And then sure enough, there's a little trap door that's half open, like a skylight, and you push it open, and you hear the smell and see the mountaintop. And you kind of unfurl a rope, toss it down, and everyone begins to climb up. And actually, you're Eric Hawker, so you could just fly up there, actually. But with the natural 20, you successfully exit the Goblin Mines. And here you are at the edge of Middlefinger Peak in the mountains beyond. And all you have to do now is make your way back to town. You can go to Zendretta, Stonehill, Forktown, or just straight to Virton. Your choice of where you want to go. You can kind of sell off your weaponry. If you want to even head up to the Dwarven City, there's the mine with the Dwarven settlement. You can sell most of the goblin gear there. You can roll persuasion check.
Okay. Persuasion. Eesh.
Okay. So the vendors kind of look at the massive like goblin weaponry and stuff, and they're like, yeah, we can maybe put this to use. We'll give you 10 gold for the lot of it, though. I mean, it's not worth much.
You didn't fight a bunch of goblins just for only 10 gold.
I mean, who's gonna want to buy these things? The soldiers, the adventurers, they all prefer good gear. Unless we can sell to maybe farmers who just want something to defend themselves, but even in mass, like, it's gonna take me a while to move. Like, people don't want this type of gear. I'll buy it from you, but...
This, he puts the armor on the counter.
Oh, ooh la la. Reroll persuasion. That I'll give you 100 gold for.
Is that all you can do?
Aye, and that's a fair price.
Flint mail, that might actually be a fair price.
Alright.
I'd have to look. It's heavy armor.
Is there anywhere that does enchantments on the way back?
Enchantment's not going to be in any of the Dwarven cities or Stonehill. Really, I think Virton or Sindretta or Holland's Rest is going to be the best place to look for someone to do that.
Normal split mail is 50, and this is twice the price for selling it, which normally you get a discount. That's.
Are you sure it's 50? Splint mail says 200 for me.
Did I look at it wrong?
It's heavy. It's the heavy armor. I don't know if there's another splint. Let me. Maybe I'm on.
Splint is 200.
Very shiny and nice split mail.
Yeah, Splint is 200.
Oh, you're right. I was looking at scale. Sorry.
Okay. So do you accept the offer? 110 for all the armor and gear.
What do you guys think? Is
Well,
that worth...
it's a fancy
I'd say
suit.
150.
I think that's a little. I'll use do intimidate. It's like I think that's a little low for a nice fancy suit. And maybe a good price for regular suit.
The dwarf. I presume you're up near like the Durnfor mines. That's the closest settlement. So instead of hauling everything all the way down, like you'd go up there. But the dwarf just kind of like iron look back at you. It's like, aye, it's dwarven. Yes, it's a nice suit. We're good smiths. 100 gold. Take it or leave it.
Cat's gonna be like, where can we buy any items here? Or is it just regular items?
It's regular items. He doesn't have magical stuff.
Hoping to get a belt of dwarven kind from a group of dwarves.
Nope, not here.
That's okay.
Those things are pretty interesting. You realize they make you grow a beard every day if you don't.
Yes, and on a bugbear, a beard would look awesome. This big, burly, manly beard on bugbear.
Okay. Well, if you accept the offer, then you can add 110, or you can divide it up however you want to do it.
He'll sell the weapons and try for better price if he can elsewhere.
Okay. So offload the goblin stuff. Do you split the gold, or just it's worth the 10 gold basically is what he pays for it?
Yeah. He spent the time to collect it, so he will take it.
Okay. So if you head down back to the guild hall, I presume, or where do you want to go to try to sell that armor?
Well, the guild sounds like a fun place to him.
Okay. If there's no objections.
And more jobs, I would probably be heading back towards the guild, towards Vilton City for more jobs in the future.
Okay.
But I don't know where everyone else is going.
Well, unless there's no objections, everyone will go down. In Virton, you can reroll Persuasion as you go to kind of one of the more nicer adventuring shops. These ones are accustomed to seeing good gear flowing in and out of adventurers' hands. They seem very good at what they're doing for moving product. And because of the kind of gold inlay and stuff of it, even with a very low persuasion, you are able to get up to 110 gold for this as an offer.
Might as well.
Okay. From there, everybody is able to level up. Sparky the chicken, you may roll your hit dice for 1d4 minus 2 for increase in health, as your chicken will also sort of level up. And then everybody else should be at either level 3 or 4, so you'll upgrade to the next level. As with the Dungeon Delvers Guild, you'll take your average health, which is half the dice plus 1, and then add your Constitution bonus. And that wraps up the Revenge of the Goblin Mine. So I hope everybody had fun.
Godric now has the actor feat.
Oh, that's a good one for him.
Yeah, it seems very fitting. I liked where this character went with that.
His deception was one of the was one of his strongest things in the battle.
That was actually very comical. The fact that he managed to actually convince, with some help, that there was enemies among them.
Yeah, that was super funny. So I'm gonna end the recording, and we'll see you all on the next game. Have a good day.